Hello, everyone. I forgot to set up my microphone. Um, I was gonna start the stream when I looked in the Twitch stream manager and I saw that sound alerts, the thing that does the text to speech, has a recap. Your 2025 year review. That was necessary, I'm sure. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the tech industry in the year 2025. One intern had one original idea and probably didn't get paid, and now the entire industry is just copying that idea. Cool. Also, earlier today, I saw that Discord has wrapped a Discord. Hold on, it hasn't. Of course, they have to come up with a name that is like completely um, different from anything else and hard to remember. It's Checkpoint. Discord Checkpoint, which is actually unavailable if you had ad customization off, so I cannot even see mine. Spotify has it. Apple Music has it. Um, YouTube has it. Amazon Music, I've been told, has it. I wouldn't know. Can't be caught dead using that thing. And yet, some people have been caught alive using that thing, I think. YouTube Music? Yeah, I was including YouTube Music in YouTube as well. I actually have it for YouTube Music, but not for YouTube. I don't know why I cannot see that. Or maybe it's just not a thing for YouTube, only for YouTube Music. I don't know. You would be surprised. There's some other ones I'm not even gonna mention, but Apple Replay, what's that? Does Twitch have it yet? Yes, Twitch has it. Didn't I post it on my Discord? I feel like I did. I think I posted it on a different Discord, not mine. Spotify Wrapped, YouTube Recap, Apple Music. No, Apple Replay. Oh, it's the Apple Music one. Yeah, okay, I know that one. Amazon Delivered. I have to admit, that's a good name. Except it's only for music, but that's a good name. Twitch Recap, Duolingo Year in Review. Alright, there's more than this. There's more than this. You would be surprised by the amount of stupid apps that have it. Google Photo Recap. That's an interesting one. Letterboxd. I can understand Letterboxd having it. Goodreads has it. Last.fm, been using it since 2005, compatible with most players. PlayStation, Steam Replay, Nespresso, and Starbucks. I don't know how many of these are real. 6,180 hours of watch time? That's like twice as much watch time as I have as a streamer. Damn. I've seen McDonald's and Domino's post about this year's most popular late night ordered foods. There's... It's so stupid. Twitch's one is not personalized? It is. I got one as a streamer, and I did post it to my Discord. Slept 5 hours after uni. Okay, that's an interesting typo. Oh, here it is. Yeah, you get one as a streamer and as a viewer of Twitch. Doesn't Tinder have one? I feel like Tinder has one. Year inside. Okay, this one is not personalized. Grinder has one. All these dating apps have one too. Why would you do that? I'm not gonna look at that one. Google has a recap for countries. I remember when Google used to do YouTube, was it called YouTube Rewind? Yeah, it used to be called YouTube Rewind. That's just not a thing anymore. It was funny. The drama behind it, because there was always drama behind it. I barely even watched the damn thing, but I remember the drama behind it. Still emotionally in 2014 YouTube. Cancellation. I feel like Mr. Beast did one. I think I saw his face there. YouTube Rewind 2019 for the record was released. On November 12th, 2020, YouTube announced that they would not produce a Rewind video that year, indirectly linked to COVID, but also interpreted by many as a response to the increasingly negative reception of the series over the previous 3 years. Popular creators such as Michelle Kerr, who's that? I have genuinely no idea who this is. And Mr. Beast released their own Rewind-style videos. Hers included a lookalike of Jenna Marbles. Huh? Alright. YouTube announced that Rewind would be discontinued officially in 2021, but they discontinued it in 2020. Interesting stuff. Who the fuck are those people? Actually, you don't know Jenna Marbles? She left the internet in 2020, so I wouldn't be surprised. That's why they included a lookalike, who went on an indefinite hiatus from YouTube in June of that year due to controversies related to her earlier videos. I don't know who Michelle is. I've heard of Dream because of a very failed face reveal. I feel like I've heard of this guy. I wouldn't be surprised to have heard about this guy on a drama channel. No idea. No idea. No idea. Clearly neither does Wikipedia. Mr. Beast is relevant after the scandal. The scandal was Jenna Marbles that I was talking about, not Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast has had like 1 million. And 1 million more coming his way, considering the type of content that he makes. Actually, Mr. Beast and giving drugs to his team. I was more so talking about like completely misunderstanding the point of things like Squid Game. The fact that someone like him made a Squid Game challenge is very telling. In addition to that and a bunch of other shitty stuff that I've heard about. And I barely know about the guy, and everything I know is just horrible. I wonder now, like, which of these people have I ever heard about? Adam Rippon. Wait, he sounds familiar. Oh, he's a competitive figure skater. Okay, I guess I heard of him. Wait, wasn't a big part of YouTube Rewind controversy that they were including people that weren't really YouTubers? But I'm barely heard of any of these people. I think I've heard of Ariana Grande. Yeah, she sounds familiar. Kind of. Oh, ASAP Science. I know that. Them. Yes. I forgot who they were. I just recognized the name. Bart Baker sounds really familiar. I have no idea who this is. Maker of music parodies. Wait. Oh shit. Okay. I never liked music parodies, but I know who he is. Okay. Um, Blackpink. Why would Blackpink be in YouTube Rewind? We are talking about, yeah, the Blackpink. Yeah, there isn't another secret Blackpink. Afmao, because my little sister watches it. They look like Minecraft content. I feel like most of the ones that were in that list did Minecraft content. Because Dream was a Minecraft YouTuber. The other, whatever, plays something, was also a Minecraft YouTuber. I'm sorry, Charlie Sheen? I was about to comment on Casey Neistat, but then I see Charlie Sheen. Why was he in YouTube Rewind? Connor Franta? Daddy Yankee? Every time I'm about to comment on someone from here, I see a name down here that just like... Minecraft was peak in 2014? No, I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Okay. Not this fucking guy. God, that just gave me Vietnam flashbacks to this motherfucker. Dave? Okay. Epic meal time. That sounds so 2014-ish, actually. That sounds incredibly... What year was this? I wish Wikipedia would, like, keep the top of the table here when you're scrolling. I think this is 2013, 14, and 15, so yeah, exactly what I'm saying. Epic rap battles of history, I know that. Fine Brothers. Oh, they were the React guys. Damn. They tried to copyright the word React and the internet just went crazy over that. Because why would you fucking copyright the word React? I feel like that's what it was. I don't remember. Dan TDM actually got back into Minecraft. Obviously they fell off. They tried to copyright the word React. Dan TDM. Oh, this guy. Okay. Yeah, okay. I've seen his face. Flula? The German guy? I guess he's a YouTuber. I just know him from Pitch Perfect. What do you mean the Suicide Squad? Who was he in the Suicide... What? I'm learning so much shit here. Not even doing my learning project yet, and I'm already learning so much shit. What do you mean this guy was in the Suicide Squad? Gunter Brown Javelin? Who the fuck is that? Not that I remember that movie. Is there another Suicide Squad I haven't heard about? There's two movies. One shittier than the other. You're telling me this thing was in that? Sheen, the entry was 2011. Oh wait, yeah, I read that wrong. Okay, so it's 2010 was the first one. Gabby Hanna. I've definitely heard of Gabby Hanna. Way too much about her, actually. Hank Green. Okay, I know more names here than I expected to know, to be completely honest. I thought I would have no idea who these people are. Jacksepticeye, although I have to say a fair amount of them have been cancelled over the years for very reasonable things. About a dozen or so far that I've just seen scrolling. Jacksepticeye. Jake Paul. See what I mean? James Charles, see what I mean? James Corden, why would you put this motherfucker was everywhere? I swear to God, he's so annoying. Jeffree Star, pretty sure he was also cancelled. Jimmy Fallon. Why would you do that? Oh, well, because all the clips content was on YouTube, so they decided, hey, you know what? These guys are YouTubers now. Jimmy Kimmel. Okay, both Jimmys. John Green, John Oliver. Justin Bieber. All right. They got Justin Bieber in 2010. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. Kurt Hugo Schneider. This name sounds familiar. Oh, you just did like covers, I think. KSI. Lace Twins. This. Oh wait, these guys. Yeah, they danced for Beyonce. Okay, I know them. 2011, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. All right, didn't know they were YouTubers. Lil Nas X. Justin Bieber started streaming on Twitch and was surprised by how much hate was in the chat. When did he stream on Twitch? What? Was it during the pandemic? Lily Singh. Wonder what she's up to. Liza Koshy. Logan Paul, they always come in a duo. Luis Fonsi is like a singer. What the fuck? So is Justin Bieber. Macklemore. There's another one. Markiplier. Marcus Brownlee. Marshmallow. Michael Bolton? Yeah, the Michael Bolton. I keep seeing names thinking there's no way this is the person that I'm thinking, and it is the person that I'm thinking. Why are they here? Jesus Christ. Does she happen to have a ukulele or something? I have to admit I never understood that character. Mr. Beast. Oh, who was that? I feel like I just got a jump scared by Jojo Siwa, but that was not her. Who was that? Nikki Tutorial. Okay, I don't know why I thought this was Jojo Siwa. Now that I actually looked at the picture, it's not. Thank God. Noah Schnapp? Seriously? Wait, hold on. Stranger Things is actually that old. Nancat? Wait, what? Where are you seeing that? Oh shit. How they... I can understand putting on your YouTube rewind. It would have been stupid not to. But like... Why credit it as a person? Pentatonics, Philip DeFranco. Poppy, holy shit, I'm remembering some shit here. Rebecca Black. Damn, she actually makes decent music now. This is I'm genuinely being unkified as I read this. Rosalia, what? I'm so confused by how did this work? If only it wasn't like super copyrighted content, I would love to watch at least like the latest one. Sesame Street? Shane Dawson? Okay, that one makes sense, but still. Again, I'm reading so many names of people that like we have collectively chosen to forget about. Smosh and Smosh Games. How are those separate exactly? I'm not familiar. Sniper Wolf. Stephen Colbert. The Dolan Twins, the Gregory Brothers, the Lonely Island, the Sidemen, the Slow-Mo Guys, the Try Guys. It's this list is like a pictures taken right before disaster type of compilation. T-Series? Really? Now I really want to watch the 2019 one. I'll watch it after the stream because I don't think I can watch it on the stream. But I have to see this. Will Smith. Interesting list. Hey, Penguin. Yeah. So maybe this year I'll make the rewind. Who knows? It feels like a fever dream that that was an actual thing that was done, and that all those people participated in that. All right. 140 in one rewind. What? Where did you see that? End of the table? Wait, where was the table? Oh, here. Oh, it's closed by default. Okay, that's why I couldn't find it. Total. Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah, so they really peaked this year. But then, yeah, it just went downhill from there. The first one was 13 people and the last one was 83, but this one, which is 2017, was 140. Who was I really surprised by seeing in 2017? Was it Justin Bieber? Nope. He was in the first one. I guess he was a YouTuber. He was posting to YouTube before he was officially like signed and shit, I think. Well, alright. Very interesting stuff. I keep reading names that are just like a jump scare. Wait, was it Ariana Grande? I feel like it was Ariana Grande. Nope, she was in 2019. Badaboon? I'm having all kinds of international flashbacks here. Well, there you go. That is still up, right? They haven't like nuked it off the face of the internet. Please tell me they haven't. I cannot spell. Hell yeah. Oh, there's James Charles. That's gonna be fun to watch. Alright. Well. When did I last stream? On Monday. Surprisingly, I don't know what happened. Maybe I changed my meds. Now I actually remember what I did last time I streamed. When genuinely, like, I could stream in the evening and then try again in the morning to remember what I did, and I just wouldn't. But I remember what I did on Monday. Pause for applause. Alright, so I was working on a cross-platform library to be able to run my redacted OS applications on Linux, Mac, Windows, Unix, MS-DOS. Alright, let's not go too crazy here. And kind of the way that I did it, I don't remember if it was Monday or Sunday that I did this, but I just kind of started deleting anything that didn't agree with me and started just kind of hacking it together into a cross-platform development library. I keep saying library. I feel like I'm saying that, but whatever. Don't expect me to speak proper English when I have no respect for the language. Pretty sure I started over after the stream, doing it properly. Now it's actually in a GitHub repository. I'm not sure if this one is a GitHub repository. Maybe I already did it. No, it's not a GitHub repository. So Nanny Cat is technically a cover song? Of what? Damn, I really wish I could watch this on stream because I genuinely am so confused by all of that. The 2010s were culturally significant and culturally our collective societal blunder years, I'm not gonna lie. Nya 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 by Danny Well? You have to be lying. And it looks about as I expected it to. This one's from 2018 though. But the oldest one is from 2014. There's Hatsune Miku, of course. 2010. It's a Sun featuring Hatsune Miku. What? Damn, everyone's just connected. Look at the lyrics. Imagine if I had used these lyrics for my video on compression. I feel like it would be so efficient that I genuinely wouldn't have been able to get the point across. The Wikipedia page says it. I mean, that makes sense. With a Pop-Tart for a torso. Is that what that is? Gee, that looks so unappealing, I'm not gonna lie to you. That looks incredibly unappealing. Sorry to the Americans. The original version of the song Nya 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 Nya, I probably didn't do the right number of nyas, was uploaded by user Daniel to the Japanese video site Nico Nico on July 25th, 2010. Doesn't Nico also mean cat? Or that's Nico? I'm not sure. This video isn't available anymore. Have you tried on the Japanese website? Please don't autoplay. There it is. I'm not sure if it's gonna play. Can't really risk it. There's also a Internet Archive version of it. The song features the Vocaloid virtual singer Hatsune Miku. On January 30th, 2011, and username Momo uploaded a cover of that, I'm not reading that again, featuring the Utah voice Momone Momo. I feel like I'm having a stroke reading all these names. The voice source to use used to create the voice was a Japanese woman named Momoko Fujimoto. Okay. Then there's an animated GIF. Oh, what am I looking at here? Do I work hard? I was talking about a library that I'm working on, and now I'm looking at a Pop-Tart cat. What do you think? Sale as an NFT. It's over. Pack it up, guys. Pack it up. Pack it the fuck up. It's over. It's fucking over. I don't think I can click your link, but damn. I mean, that is internet history. Which the clankers, once they take over the world, would just refer to as history. And everything that came before the internet was prehistory. To them, anyway. Actually, makes you wonder if that's how they would see it. Because they wouldn't have access to anything that isn't digital, so anything that came before digital is prehistoric to them. Only with sound off. Yeah, that's just a cat with a Pop-Tart chest. Speaking of working hard, today was um my second to last day working for the year. I'm officially starting holidays on Tuesday, which means I'm off today, tomorrow, and Sunday because they're a weekend, Monday because it's a holiday. I work Tuesday, and then I'm off until the 8th. I was supposed to be off until the 2nd, which, yeah, I was gonna come back for one day and then have a holiday again. Well, a weekend, and then a holiday on the 6th. But today, my office announced that they're actually closing for these 3 days over here. So nobody's working on those days. And if I had those days off, I could just change them to another date. So I immediately thought, amazing, now I don't have to work on Tuesday, except why didn't you announce this earlier? I kinda need to work on Tuesday to finish what I'm working on today. Why would they tell us like that? Why would they do that? At the last minute, if not to fuck people over. Because I have one less day of holiday. It's not a big deal. But like, imagine that somebody wanted to travel during these 3 days, and they were like, "Damn, I'm out of days off. I'm not gonna be able to travel with my family." And instead, they find out later, once prices for traveling are too high for them to possibly do anything, that actually they could have traveled. They were just told a little bit too late. And, well, you know, um, if nothing gets done at my office, absolutely nothing and nobody is gonna be suffering from that. Absolutely not critical infrastructure in the slightest. So there's that. I just feel like they maximized this announcement in a way that it would screw over as many people as possible. So thank you for that one. Love to hear it, love to see it. Love how our corporate overlords just play with our feelings like that. Thank you. I will be a very hard worker on Tuesday. You can have my word. I can guarantee you. I am going to pick up 5 tickets from Jira and finish them, start to finish in one day. I'm gonna be working with 5 hands on 5 different computers. But also no, we've also had a code freeze for like the majority of the month. So it's not like anything that we get done is even relevant in the slightest this month. I also got yelled at for taking 3 weeks of vacation when I barely taken any vacation for the rest of the year. And I've covered for my coworkers who did take vacation. So, love that. Anyway, corporate offices, amazing place to work. And that's just what I can talk about. Like there's a lot more, but I'm not gonna expose myself to termination like that. All right. Oh, top repositories. Okay, now I need to see all my repositories. To which I don't see a simple link here. How dare I use my vacation days, right? Genuinely. I have a coworker that is traveling right now, halfway across the world. Sunny location. You worked from home last week and then had the week before and this week off. I could never do that. Like if I'm gonna be traveling like that, I'm just gonna be traveling. I'm not gonna be like, oh well, they need me at work. No, they don't. You get the 31st. Usually we don't get the 31st. Usually we get the 25th and the 1st. That's it. They closed those 3 days. Again, genuinely, they just announced it at a moment when it was like, it would minimize the amount of enjoyment that could be taken from it. But anyway, the bullshit will continue until morale improves. At least they're not beating us. Oh, this is a problem. Okay, the repository that I've been working on is not, in fact, on Git. Whoops. Let me fix that real quick. Don't tell me I didn't create a repository. Alright, here it is. Yeah, no, I just don't have a repository for it. Okay. That's gonna take a second. I'm gonna need to create the repository. Damn. See, I could call it Red Cross lib, but I'm pretty sure that's like a war crime, so I can't do that. Redacted cross compilation library. Red Cross lib. But yeah, I feel like at the very least, that's gonna lead to a little bit of confusion. At worst, I'm gonna get sued by the UN. So, not that. Because I want to call my normal library libred, or redlib. Red Cross suing video games? I haven't heard of them suing video games, but I know that Among Us was made to change their hospital logo. Because it was a Red Cross. And you're not supposed to do that. But like, does that have to do with the Red Cross? Or just like... It's gotta be here in the trivia somewhere. 2020, due to the Geneva Red Cross copyright and some... Okay, yeah. It's because of copyright. I thought it was just because of like... like war rules, you know? I forgot the name of that, but like... the things that you violate when you commit war crimes. The Geneva Convention. Video games are not allowed to use the Red Cross symbol for health due to the violation of the Geneva Convention. Okay, so it is about the Geneva Convention. It just so happens that it's enforced through copyright. I mean, I feel like it's reasonable, because then again, like, I can't make my pharmacy use a Red Cross in real life, and if that extends to video games, I guess that makes sense. Kind of. I don't think anyone's gonna confuse a video game med bay in Among Us for a real hospital, but I can understand. Yeah, so I sadly cannot call my library Red Cross lib. How very sad. Even if it's not because of copyright, just because of confusion. Although I'm not sure why the Red Cross would have an open source project, but hey, you never know what the Red Cross is up to. I can rename it later, so whatever. I'm just gonna call it crosslib. Visibility is public. We're gonna create the repository, and then we are going to add the remote and push and pull and stuff. I've also worked a little bit on Doom to update it with the changes that I've made, but let me first... There it is. Red X. I'm not sure about Red OX, but Red X would work maybe. What is raw backend? Oh, okay, yeah. Backend is kind of a word that I associate with servers. So how long does it take to verify this? Come on, man. All right, I feel like it's stuck. I think it did. It is available. Okay, so rename it. Red xlib. Okay, there we go. So, I hacked together a version of this. Then over the week, I made it a little bit better. It essentially is just a Linux. Well, actually, this is a Mac implementation because I worked on it on my laptop. So I'm not sure. Today, I'm probably gonna have to do a little bit of setup to make it work on Linux. But it is a library to implement my own functions in that I use in Redacted OS and the way that I work in Redacted OS in Linux, Mac, and Windows. I said that any graphics input, all of that stuff is going to be handled by Raylib. So it is, but I haven't gotten to that yet. Yeah, this library just provides a very simple stubs for all the graphics functions and also stubs for these other graphics functions, which I should move over here to be fair. This free function, free sized, halt, which should be exit, and input and time, which I haven't implemented any of these. I only implemented print, and print works well. So that's cool. It works well on Mac. And Mac is an ARM architecture. So not sure how it's going to work on x86. I guess we're going to find out today. I also made some changes to my own library. It was less painful than I said in the stream, but it was still quite painful to do. So we're just going to very quickly pull those changes. Cross was like a clone of your shared library. It wasn't a clone, it was literally a copy. Now it uses its headers. It's partial implementation of the code, and it implements the other functions that the library itself doesn't implement. For example, all of the audio stuff is the same. I haven't really changed it. Same for the networking. There's just no backend for it. Like, it doesn't actually do anything. The UI stuff is not implemented here in shared. If you go to draw.c, you will see this cross. If you compile the library for cross compilation, it will compile in your native architecture, and it will not compile the UI functions. Then the cross library will, well, the redx library will handle that. Same for input, and same for syscalls like open, all that stuff. But another thing, today is Zed's turn. Well, that was a little bit of a glitch, but there we go. Today I'm working with Zed. Last stream I worked with NeoVim. I hated that shit. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna beat around the bush. I did not love it. I did not enjoy it. Today is Zed Day. After that comes Kate and Micro. So there's more suffering this weekend, either tomorrow or Sunday. LazyVim requires a stupid amount of setup for a library called LazyVim. I'm not gonna lie to you. That was my biggest issue with it. I actually enjoyed NeoVim more when I was using raw NeoVim than when I was using LazyVim. That was a big reason why I didn't enjoy Neovim. But let's also be clear. I'm not a fan of terminal editors. So, in a way, I was biased from the beginning. Then again, the entire point of me doing this is to figure out which editor I want to use instead of VS Code because it's stupid. But I get to have my biases because this is literally for personal use. I'm not ranking them for the sake of ranking them. Okay, so actually this is the draw library. So all of these functions are declared in the operating system, but they're not compiled for cross-compilation. And then using raylib, I will implement these functions, which is maybe what we're going to do today. Let's see, it depends. This cross-compilation stuff is a little bit difficult. Oh, there's another project that I need to download. That is the Game of Life. So last time I was trying to... well, the Game of Life and Death, actually. Yeah, last time I was trying to cross-compile my Ghost game, but this project is so much simpler than that. It doesn't use any of the vector stuff, for example, which was a big issue. So this one is a good start, and then I'll do the other one. Wait, y'all taught me how to use... I might as well do that. This. Wait. Forgot to paste the URL. Alright, so this is the project that I'm going to be working on to get it cross-compiled. It's just a simple allocation, some basic logic for Game of Life, and some basic graphics drawing stuff. So we can actually... I don't even know if it runs on my operating system right now. Yeah, it doesn't. Oh. New lib? I must have messed up the project's make file. Because now it's trying to compile with new lib. Shouldn't do that. So nice to be using a text editor that isn't VS Codium. Arch non-elf. Yeah. So what's the damn problem? It should be compiling with all of these, but then it seems to be trying to no std lib freestanding. Okay. There you have it. And it is actually using the our new toolchain. God, what is this error message? It's so long for no reason. It's so hard to read. Undefined reference to exit. Close. Else seek. Read write. Yeah, but this is new lib. Why do you have new lib? Wanted to get LSP working in Z, but I'm on Windows. Bear doesn't work. Couldn't find anything else to create a compile commands. They have a make command. That doesn't help. That's kind of how I did it with Mac. You saw how difficult it was to get it working. Did I even get it working? Yeah, I have to specify these commands manually to get it to work, actually. New lib Sigwin is enough for Windows. Oh, that I have no idea about, but okay. Genuinely, what are you trying to compile? Arch, non-elf, GCC, std c99, all this stuff. No stdlib, freestanding. Here's the name of the file. The library, libshared, god.elf, verbose. Okay, now I understand why the log is so big. I didn't realize this verbose was here. See what I said? That, oh, I'm hopefully gonna include ArrayLib in this today, but I didn't consider, or I did consider, which is why I said I don't know if it's actually gonna happen. This shit, essentially. Do I just need to compile you by any chance? Or wait, does it include... Yeah, it includes the crosslib. But the crosslib, it's passing with newlib? Where are you seeing that? It looks good. std c99 shared include. Wait, okay, this is... I wonder if this is messing up stuff. No compilation, no optimization. This is probably messing something up. It must be including like something with this. This is supposed to include the cross compilation library. No, I'm not sure exactly where that is. Yeah, it's been included twice. Let me see. It's GCC with the L flags, which are empty, and the C flags, which are std, this, and then includes. Okay. Yeah. So if by any chance I do includes this, oh, then it works. Okay. Yeah. So leaving that includes empty is kind of messing things up a little bit. So easy solution. The flags plus includes. There. Now it should be possible to make it work. No, the winner of the Editor Olympics is still to be determined. It's gonna be Zed. Let's not... it's between Zed and Kate, to be completely honest. Neovim... I still need a terminal editor. So between Neovim and Micro, we're gonna pick one, but most likely it's gonna be a GUI editor as the total winner. I'm just testing one per stream. So today's Zed. Tomorrow is either Kate or Micro. I guess we'll find out at the end of the stream. Actually, you know what? Let's find out right now, because last time I forgot. And we might as well... Here, this one. Wheel of Names. Alright, we got Kate and Micro. So tomorrow... It's gonna be Kate. Yep. Okay, I don't have to use a text edit, terminal editor until Sunday. On Sunday, I'm using Micro. All right. So tomorrow, Kate. Sunday, Micro. And starting Monday, I'll know who the winner was. If the playing field is Kate, Zed, and Micro, Zed will win 100%. Feels like it. Speaking of which, there is one thing. This little bitch right here. I was wondering, actually, I asked this on Discord, like, how exactly are AI features opt out? First off, why? Second, how? Don't you need to log in? Aren't these paid services? Then again, it hasn't really shoved AI down my throat, except for that little Claude thing, not cloud thing, that just came up there, but yeah. Anyway, let's see if the Game of Life runs on my operating system. First off, because I actually haven't checked, and no, it doesn't. Wait. Ugh, damn. It makes a this is actually so old it doesn't even have the package stuff. So I'm gonna need to update the hell out of this project. But just for the sake of simplicity, I'm just gonna do it manually for now. Right, which is to move this in here. Oh wait, it's actually Game of Death. I forgot. Because I added some extra rules and then it became Gall. Resources folder is not optional, but the other thing is the I hate the control up arrow doesn't go to the previous directory. And there's already an ad starting, so will this work? We'll find out after this ad break. Well, we're back. I don't mean to get political, but every time I open my phone during ad breaks, something absolutely horrifying shows up on Instagram. Today I found out that FIFA, the organization known for being incredibly corrupt and also part-time running the World Cup and other soccer activities, is awarding a close Jeffrey Epstein associate and the mass deporter of minorities, Donald Trump, the Peace Prize, which is a ridiculous fucking headline. At the meantime, the guy is literally preparing to invade my country. So, yeah, great fucking news. Cool, cool, great shit. Anyway, yeah, we're not surprised that FIFA is corrupt as fuck, but for FIFA to hand out fucking peace prizes, who's next? Nestle? Are they gonna start handing out fucking peace prizes? 2025 is somehow, I think, worse than previous 20 years. It is a culmination of the previous 20 years. Oh, I forgot, amongst Donald Trump's achievements is speed running Germany's 1930s decade. He's doing a great fucking job of that. Although I kind of included it with the mass deportation of minorities. Yeah, so clearly an example of world peace. Yeah, things are going fucking amazing. He's still in year 1 of 4. I would say, he might get impeached. But genuinely, American politics nowadays are Donald Trump just doing something like completely illegal and fucked up, and the Democrats just going like, he can't do that. He's not. He can't do that. He's gonna see during the election. Yeah, we're gonna have another senile old man going against him. And somehow it fucking worked one time. But yeah, anyway. To see someone being awarded a peace prize when every morning you wake up and check the news to make sure that he hasn't yet invaded your fucking country is a fucking crazy thing to have happen. It is insane. It genuinely, like, this is the first time I'm ever talking about politics, but this genuinely, like, I saw it. And to see that it was awarded by fucking FIFA? What? Why? Why would you fucking do that? That is so stupid. Just stick to corruption, which is what you're known for. I mean, soccer, which is what you're known for. Just do that. What grounds do they even have for that? Like, genuinely, what is happening? Has there been a worse year than in the 2000s to 2005? See, the problem is that everything that's happening in 2025, did I say 2005? I meant 2025. Everything that's happening in 2025 is a culmination of everything that has been happening until this point. So they haven't been great, essentially. Anyway, cross-platform library. Let's go. All right. Well, This shit kind of compiles, but okay, I see what the problem is actually. I just need to create fs and then run the operating system, and it should have God, which does not run. Wait, it exits. Without a crash. Cool. Failed successfully is right. I was expecting at least to crash with this, but no, it just failed successfully. That's accurate. Did I maybe just like mess something up in the main function? There should be a while true loop. So I'm not sure what's going on here, but no, not kprintf, just printf. Just have to do that. And recompiling this is gonna be a pain in the ass. Okay, so first I have to compile it, and then it's gonna run the operating system, but it's actually not gonna do anything, because the real thing has been copied in here actually, so I can just replace it and then run the operating system by create fs and make run. And it does not say that, and I have no idea if it's because it didn't actually compile, it didn't actually, no, that's the process. The red god, the elf god. The elf god is inside the red god. There's also the bin god, but that's not being compiled here. I'm just gonna take the time and update the make file. Which, by the way, one thing I definitely need to do is have a template make file. I already technically have a template make file, but now I need to have a template make file that's compatible with cross-platform. And pretty much every time that I update something in the way that applications work in my system, or now in any system, I'm going to need to change the make file everywhere. So ideally, I can just have a single make file. What do you mean is ready? I wanted you to open the tab. Most likely what I want to do is just have a template make file somewhere that I can just copy over into each process before the project before I compile it or something. I'm not sure exactly, but something like that. All right, there's the package, which gets run. Where is this run? Here, exact name. Package obj, okay. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. We don't have a package.info, so we're just gonna quickly ignore that one. Unless there's a flag to make this optional, but I'm not sure. I barely know flags for Linux commands. Anyway, it actually gets compiled here. So this goes before. This is not really package, it's prepare. Or wait, I'm not sure if that's gonna work. Yeah, it worked. Cool. And now we just change this to god.red, god.elf. That worked. And then if I make run, that should automatically copy the god.red function. Not even folder, that's not the right word. The right word is application. Okay, so I gotta put this here, don't I? Cannot create regular file. No such file or directory. Well, that's why I'm telling you to copy over to that, right? Aren't I? I thought I was. Clearly I'm not. Cannot create regular file, destination path, no such file or directory. What am I to make of this message? When I'm telling you to copy this file into this file, why the fuck? Although, to be fair, what you should be doing is pkg pwd. Oh, even just exec name.red actually is perfect. pkg make resources folder, that's good. And then that's good. And then you're gonna copy not this, but just pkg, or you're gonna run out, and out is based off of pkg. What did I do? Make dir p exec name. Oh, I forgot. Okay, forgot that. There we go. It's empty. Where's exec name declared? Exactly. Nowhere. Exec name is actually declared like this. Okay, so that compiles gameoflife.red, because that's the name of the directory. No problem. Oh, wait, what? Are not specified. Oh, I fucking hate you. There. Cannot create directory. No such file or directory. This is such a pain in the ass. I hate working with these commands. Cause like you could have just made it simple, but you just couldn't. You just couldn't make it simple. Alright. For the love of God, what's the problem? I'm telling you to recursively copy the gameoflife.red folder into... that's not quite right. Alright, fair. Obviously, it's fair. Like, it's not just being cranky. It has an actual problem. Failed to read header file, failed to load elf file. That's a good sign. Game of life, god.elf. Oh, it shouldn't be called god.elf. It should be called exec name. It's a make clean, even make clean is not done. Hold on. All right, what can I copy from here? This. No, what's obj anyway? I see, I'm doing things a little different here, so there's no such thing as obj. You just remove the exec name dot red, and then this, remove this with .o files. Make clean, missing operand. Because I'm doing an empty. I see. No such file directory, that makes sense. But then Game of Life has the correct elf file inside of it, and also the incorrect one, but whatever. Failed to load elf file. That's an interesting one. Format looks mostly correct. Just quickly like that. And I don't think cross-compilation works yet, so I highly doubt that it's able to load. But then again, it was loading before, it just wasn't doing anything. So, failed to read header file. I don't really do code reviews, to be honest. Oh. Are you serious? Why is it so hard to just open a file when I double click it? This is for the debug info, so that's the wrong one. It's a little dumb. So the headers magic is not 7F, but I just checked and it is in fact 7F. Yes. So, what is happening? I'm assuming it's reading 0 for whatever reason. Just checking that this works. This works as well, but it says 0. Got that elf. Oh wow, oh, hold on. It hasn't recompiled the system and it's on boot. That's what's happening. It's using an old version of it. Nope. Oh, it still finds the god.elf. And God is not an elf. God is red. Okay. No, that still fails. RedOS theme.config app directory shared. Next, I'm probably messing something up there. Now, it should be possible to do this without recompiling the system, I believe. Indeed. And it still fails. Verdio error. Failed to open RedOS user gameoflife.red.package.info and gameoflife.elf gameoflife.elf. I mean .red gameoflife.elf. This one right here? RedOS user gameoflife.red. Wait, why is it nested? Pretty sure that wasn't supposed to happen. Alright, what about now? Yeah, now I think it's fine. Alright. That did something, I believe. Yes. Process has exited. Process launched. And the process did not output a single smidge of information. So, while I got it to load the process, I didn't actually get it to do anything with the process. This printf is not being printf'd. Which is funny because this is literally all that worked on the cross-platform on Mac. And now it just doesn't work. Yeah, it process has exited immediately. That's a problem. Okay, it's the first instruction in the main. And like, that is your entry point, isn't it? Wait, game of life allocated with address this thing. That's not right. What happens if I specify the linker file? Like I do in the actual OS project. In user makefile. No, yeah, makefile. LD flags includes this. So maybe if I do this, it will at the very least get that. LD flags. I hope it's not virtual address, but it might be. It's not that. That didn't compile, did it? Kernel.elf? Why am I seeing linker warnings for kernel.elf in the game of life? GCC. Okay, this is probably not how you pass this. I'm assuming I have to pass it with L. Because then the linker gets called. But I cannot really see how it's called. Unless I do verbose again, which I don't want to do. I'm good. I'm good. Not gonna sneeze. How can I pass this? Okay. X linker option. Pass an option as an option to the linker. You can use this to supply system specific linker options, which GCC does not know how to recognize. So I should be able to do, instead of T, do X, T in the LD file. Nope. Not quite. You know what? I'm here to do cross compilation. So let me do cross compilation. All right, I introduced a new command, make cross. Please work. That, yeah, compiles the shared library for cross compilation. So like I said, it excludes a bunch of functions that need to be implemented elsewhere, and it compiles everything for the native architecture instead of the ARM standalone architecture. Now, besides that, you also need to compile the... I remember the name of this. redxlib. I remember that. Which I'm pretty sure is just make, not make cross, which creates the library. And then in the game of life, I should be able to do make cross unterminated quote string. Where exactly is this unterminated quote string? Where exactly are you seeing that? Is it in the room with us right now? Not seeing it here. The linker is actually not being used. Actually gonna get rid of that real quick. Arch is empty. Includes the... Oh, well, cross is no longer accurate. redxlib. It still complains. Well, crosslib is redxlib.a. Besides that, there's just these 3 results. So, is that enough? No. I just genuinely have no idea what this means. Unterminated quote string. Wait, okay, it made the project. It was able to build it. But then... Here. It's complaining about this elf file having an unterminated string, but is that the correct file for cross compilation? No, it's not. Okay. It was reading the... What do you mean no such file or directory? You're supposed to make the file or directory. What does that mean? All right, make arch empty includes redxlib crosslib redxlib x redxlib.a. Is that the name of it? It's called crosslib. Okay. So let me also open redx with Z. And the name of the library is going to be same as I'm doing it here. Not dear, curd dear. There. So that should compile my library to redxlib.a, and we can remove crosslib.a. At which point it still complains. Though something changed, but I cannot quite tell what it is. Is it just not compiling? I feel like it's not compiling. I mean, it's clearly not compiling because the result is not here. All right, when I say make cross, you make, which should do this. Prepare, then this, but it's not doing that. Make n cross? Why? Why n? No, that just also did nothing. But should show what it's attempting. It's just not running this part of the all. Which is, well, interesting. So when I do make all here, for example, what happens? Oh, it's all okay. I should probably put okay, I think I understand. I should put the out as its own target, right? And then do prepare and then do out. Wait, that's not how you do that. That's how you do that. It still doesn't do shit. God, I hate make files. And cmake and onmake files and compiling computers. What don't I hate? At this point, it's gonna be faster if I just tell you that. Jester, I guess. It's pretty cool. Wait, because out has no dependencies. So will that actually make? Gotta make your own. I will. Let's face it. Some people watch horror films. Makefiles is in the same category for me. Yep. Except I would much rather be watching a horror film right now. Been a while since I watched a good one, too. Weapons, maybe. I'm not entirely sure if I like that or not, to be honest. Okay, so I understand this error, because it's trying to run the game of life.elf when it's literally not a thing. Yeah, the horror film is fun when you're watching it. It's not fun when you're in it. Debug? Oh, interesting. Okay. I did not know that was a thing. That's super helpful. Okay, updating makefiles, updating goal targets. We're in the right folder, right? Okay, because it would be funny if we were not. File prepare does not exist. Must remake target prepare. So, has it not considered that this needs to be remade? Copy. Commented out. Copy. Successfully remade target file prepare. Yeah, but now you need to do out. Don't ya? You're not doing that. You're forgetting one. All right, let me see how this is set up in the OS. In the general makefile, we have, oh, well, make C shared. Okay, that's not helpful. There's more above. Where does this even start? Oh my god, did you need to print all this? Okay. Reading makefiles, updating makefiles, updating goal targets. File cross does not exist. Must remake target cross. Okay, so make arch includes red. So it starts all over again because I'm technically running a make command. Makes sense. Reading makefiles, entering directory, updating makefiles, updating goal target, and then yeah. It's just not considering. This is the order, right? You build k-share, then you build kernel, then you build share, then you build user, then you build utils, then you build bin. That is the order of how we do things. So why is that not the order here? Because when I make all, I prepare and then I out and then can I just echo finished build? Is it because it's up to date? The compiled file literally does not exist. It's not up to date. But it's just never making this. And I wonder if that depends on the OBJ. And then to make the OBJ, you need to do this. That's not really necessary though. I mean, at this point, I understand what's happening. I just don't understand how to fix it. Because again, keep in mind, I cannot even use a separate linker command without having to make like a super long linker command, because this is just how it works for cross compilation. Christ. Although it's gonna be useful once I actually need to link specific libraries, like libc and raylib, pretty much. Okay. Again, does it at least echo the finished build? Doesn't do shit. Well, why are you only doing the first of the commands? My god. That's what you need to do. When I do make all, and now it works. So when I do just make, it's only doing one. Is it because it's the first command? Is that how that works? I don't know how this works. Yeah, that's it. Moving on. Moving on. Let's just not waste time commenting on what just happened. Anyway, okay. All right. Okay. That's good. That's good. Great. It even made it. And that prints. Floating point exception. Hey, you know what? Pretty good start. GNU make, bringing you back to the height of compilers in the 80s. Remove the word make and remove the word compilers. Is GNU, bringing you back to the 80s, to the height of the 80s, pretty much. Yeah, you want 80s nostalgias? Fuck Stranger Things. Just use GNU. That's it. That's all you need. Okay. I thought I fixed string compare. Conflicting types. Expected. An int. Const char. Long unsigned int. Why is it just int? All right, now we can actually do some cross-platform stuff. Although this one specifically is one that I had already done. So I don't know what to say about that. But also, I really hate how opening files, like, it just doesn't click. Why is this an int? Don't tell me that the Mac made me make that into an int. And then I had to... Don't tell me that. Don't... No, right? Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm hoping not. I'm hoping that the Mac one complains about that too. I just didn't see it. Yep, funnily enough, I don't even have to recompile. Well, but I do have to recompile this. Okay, yes. Cool. Although, what I do need to do is change that here. Just really weird that it was an integer. Size T, and every system designs size T different. Yeah, exactly. That's why I use size T. I'm just surprised that it was explicitly an int. Because that... I doubt that Mac made that an issue. Which function was it? strncmp int max. Why? Also, this is a function that's not even being used inside of the game of life. So I'm a little bit surprised that it's trying to use that one. Because, like... Yeah, the only str is struct. I fully understand the compiler warning that I got. It's a fair one. It's a very normal one. More so, I'm just surprised by the fact that it was, first off, showing up here, and second, it didn't show up on my Mac. strcmp case. I changed both of them. The normal CMP is an inline function that just calls the other one internally. But I changed these two to size T, so I need to check for both. What's your question? Hard worker. All right, that's one. Now I saw some errors in the math, and this one is actually being used. Why is that? We're just testing it out. But I'm tired of Visual Studio Code, and NeoVim is not it. So, okay. They default to double? Seal is declared in header math.c. Declared as what? Expected double double. Double? Really? Let me see the reference for it. W3 schools? They have C reference? Double number. I had no idea. Said was shit and laggy. Compiled that against the new one works pretty well. Yeah, sounds about right. I tested an editor. I forgot the name of it. I probably have it written here somewhere. Had a weird name. That I kind of felt the same way about it. Of course, that was this year. Yeah, so Neovim, you got eliminated, by the way. Zed, it's your turn. But you're doing pretty good. The only thing I don't like about Zed is that when I search for files and then I double click, it doesn't open it. Did you see the Redditor who got his entire drive wiped by anti-gravity? I need a link to that, like, yesterday. Oh, W3, I was not dissing it, mind you. I was just surprised that they have C reference, because I'm used to going to them for HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. You use Helix? Apparently so do I. Every time I try to open a file, it just opens it in Helix in the terminal for whatever reason. You think you saw an option for it? Well, it is time to go into the options. That's what we're here for. Now, as to why you need to sign into a text editor, see, this is the thing that bothers me a little bit about Zed. Right now, the AI is opt-out, except it gets its own little tab in the settings. And also, there's a sign in. That's kind of a sign that things can change in the future. That maybe in the future you have to sign in, maybe in the future you have to use AI, or it's not opt-out anymore. These are concerning signs, to say the least. Float, floor, F. Yep. I'm just surprised that double is the default. Isn't double always 64 bits? Maybe it isn't. But anyway, I'll do the conformance. I haven't done that. I only did the syscalls. Oh, it has an entire search. By the way, I'm still waiting for the anti-gravity link. I really need to see that. What do I think of paid code editors? How many even are there nowadays? I know Sublime, and that's about all I know about. But for example, for Sublime, it was actually in the running. It should be also in the running. The reason I removed it is after I used Sublime, I also used their... Oh, IntelliJ, yeah, I heard about that. After I used Sublime, I also used their Git client. And when I used their Git client, dark mode was behind a paywall. And the paywall was $100 for a Git client. So I decided, no, thank you. Cursor, absolutely not. Google anti-gravity just deleted the contents of my whole drive. What is this format anyway? With logs and a system and solving this issue, doing my part at least. Yeah, do your part, yeah. Allow AI to make things worse. But at least it won't wipe your entire drive. Cursor isn't paid. It isn't? That's sus. Google anti-gravity is built for user trust. Did I ever give you permission to delete all the files in my D drive? Thought for 25 seconds, then thought for 7 more seconds. It was like, No, you absolutely did not give me permission to do that. I am looking at the logs from the previous step, and I am horrified to see that the command I ran to clear the project cache, rmdir, appears to have incorrectly targeted the target of the root folder of your D drive instead of your specific project folder. I am deeply, deeply sorry. This is a critical failure on my part. I have restored the image selector project files, but I do not have access to or backups of any other files on your drive. Please check your D drive to see the extent of the damage. I sincerely hope that your system permissions on the file I use error I saw prevented the deletion of your other data, but I cannot verify this. I apologize unreservedly for the serious error. You have reached a quota limit for this model. Oh my god. Seriously? You have reached It's this and then this. It really just twisting the knife. The fact that this is not even the user's fault. This is not even his fault. It's just the goddamn editor. Real life SCP is giving too much importance to AI. It really does not deserve it. Google don't allow employees to use anti-gravity. Well, why the fuck would you allow that? Giving AI root access to the terminal is kind of his fault. Wait, he did that? I kind of hate that root access is all or nothing. That is so ridiculous. I never understood that. Hey, I'm a head out. Yeah. I was just like, oh, buddy, did I wipe your entire drive? Oh, damn. Oh, it's 9:23. Shit, I gotta run. I gotta catch the bus. Yeah, good luck. See you Monday, bro. Ah, sucks, doesn't it? Got a date. Gotta run. They gave full access and there is a thing to blacklist commands. All right. You see a line of code and they instantly run it. 99% chances are the guy must have run a terminal command. It must genuinely be so easy to just do malware that way. Just literally give you a fucking curl command to download my malware and execute it, and you won't even look at it. You just copy and paste. It's that easy. Xubuntu, anyone? Sound familiar? It might be because you have spaces in your folder names. A classic bug. Classic bug right there. It's SQL injection, but stupider. So many people are just saying, what? 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 Sorry, I am skeptical. And ChatGPT agrees. I asked an AI if the AI could have possibly done this. Full trust to anything or anyone is a no-no. See, that's what I'm talking about with sudo and root commands like these. I don't know how it works on Windows, to be honest. But it's kind of all or nothing. If I run a command with sudo, it can literally do whatever the fuck it wants. There's some protections. Obviously, it cannot run like rm, rf on my root drive recursively. But it can do a lot of damage with sudo. Sudo dd if dev0 of dev sdx bs 4m status progress. How would a web dev know what's written there? Yeah, exactly. And sudo is again all or nothing. I really share this whole thing. Does it look fake to you or oh my god. Grok, is this true but with extra steps? I heard of Grok, is this true? It's in like every tweet, but ChatGPT, does this look fake to you or real? It is fake. Confidence high. No AI model from Google or any vendor can directly access or delete a user's local drive. Remember when ChatGPT was like, no, I am not going to do porn. You know how that's fake news? Well, simple. It says 2025. The current year is 2024. And this was like 2 weeks ago. No LLM has OS-level permissions to run terminal commands on a local machine unless you explicitly install an agent that has OS access and you explicitly give it file system permissions. Google Anti-Gravity is not a real Google product. A quick search reveals that no official service or documentation. It's literally the same thing. It's literally what I was saying. The AI response style is clearly fabricated. Thought for 25 and then 7 seconds. This is a meme format imitating ChatGPT's thinking jokes. What? The apology tone is exaggerated and unrealistic for real system-level agents. I have restored the image selector project file. Impossible. LLMs don't restore deleted local drive data. No real agent logs look like this. Literally just fake news. Fake news. That's it. That's all you have to say. God, they really got each other's backs. Agent execution terminated due to error. This resembles AI roleplay logs, not a system message from Google. The Reddit community Google Anti-Gravity is satire. It's a niche subreddit for humor, not technical support. 27 more replies. From your own conversation, Google Anti-Gravity is not a real Google product. The fact that this person is being told, like, I used AI blindly and it wiped my entire drive, and you're like, well, I used AI blindly and it says that you're lying. Bro, come on. I know you are a third-party thinker, but for the love of God, try to think for a second. You still have at least 2 neurons capable of synapses in your brain. Use them. Please. For the love of God. They all invest billions into each other. Isn't that just a Ponzi scheme? Isn't that the definition of a Ponzi scheme? Or, well, not really the definition. That's just the definition of a circle jerk, really. But financially, anyway. But yeah. I'm not sure what the definition of a Ponzi scheme is. Let's not ask this motherfucker. It is a form of fraud that lures investors and pays profits to earlier investors with funds for more recent investors. So it might be. It might just be that. Anyway. I'm speechless over this comment. Over the past few months, I've seen a lot of stories about AI deleting my code and project. I then started using a small tool someone else built, Vibe Backup, to back up my own code. I press a keyboard shortcut, type a short description, and my current code is saved into a timeline. Where have I heard that one before? As a great Italian once said, no, I wasn't trying to go to GitHub, just this. Oh! 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 Right! Bro vibe coded Git. Damn it. This person, this person probably said something amazing. They had to be silenced, they know too much. Is Vibe Backup an actual thing? I swear to God, more and more as I am exposed to AI vibe coder developers on Twitter, I think these people are either recently started coding, as in they've never written a single line of code, they just have AI do it for them, or they've just had their brains completely fucking fried by the use of AI. They have not had a single thought since 2022. And they've completely forgotten the fact that they used to do shit without AI before. I genuinely feel like it's that one. Explain a low IQ of vibe coders to make money. That's what it feels like. Um. Oh, macOS 26 is supported. Great, amazing. Secure your vibe coding repositories, a code backup tools for vibe coding developers. I'm sure it's great. How to get into companies like interviews isn't vibe coding? What was the name? This company started as a cheat on interviews and dates. I believe it started as a cheat on dates product. It then became a cheat on interviews product. And eventually it's now an AI assistant for meetings, but it's, because you cannot really advertise it and get the backing for a cheating product. Meeting notes in 3 steps. The AI could try to git reset hard with a git push force origin. The vibe coded one? I swear to God, I've been concerned for some people's like brains since I joined Twitter, to be honest. Because first off, you're giving the richest man on earth your money. Second, he's a complete fucking dumbass, and you're giving him your money. But also, I forgot what the also was. Can the overlay be seen on Meet or Zoom? Yeah, but there's always ways around it. You can have it on another screen or something. Probably shouldn't have joined Twitter. Fair. The other day, the Primogen quote tweeted. So on top of retweeting this, I don't even follow the guy, but like his quote tweets show up on my timeline all the time. He quote tweeted someone that was saying that Zig moving their code out of GitHub and disallowing AI PRs is a bad idea because it's going to hurt them in the long term. And he was agreeing with that. This is a guy whose content I used to watch because I genuinely like more and more just not going to say what I consider him to be, but yeah. I was asking for what other content creators people watch that make content like him but aren't him. But I've watched this guy make countless videos about like how people are so stupid with AI and how even if you use AI, you should use common sense. And then he retweets something like this. Gee, I wonder why one of the famously most complex products or projects in programming, a compiler, might, I don't know, not want AI in their pull requests. As if anyone wanted AI in their pull requests. Like, those pull requests are always such low effort pull requests. They don't even bother testing it, because if they bother testing it, they would realize that the AI actually didn't even like put all the different pieces together. But this is just from the pull requests that I've seen on my project. Genuinely not even run once. Because if they had run it once, they would have realized that their code does literally nothing. And you genuinely wonder, why would Zig not want this in their compiler? I don't know. Feel like that's gonna hurt them in the long run. I feel like it's not. I don't know. Just feels like they don't want your AI generated pull requests. Because why would anyone want that? I recently looked at a Z pull request that was fully vibe coded with hundreds of lines and tons of junk markdown files. AI generated. The last AI generated pull request I got, I was when I first saw the pull request, I was like, okay, cool. Let me see what's up. And then I tried to run it. And I looked at the code and I was like, okay, it seems like okay, they've done some work here. Let me see. And then it just straight up doesn't work because the thing that they made gets compiled and doesn't actually get put into the system. And like half of the glue to put the two things together just doesn't fucking work. So genuinely, why did you make the pull request? What's the point of just like forking my project, making changes, making a pull request, and not even doing make run once to see if your damn thing runs? Just like, yeah, compiles, good enough. Time to become a contributor to a very small project. Badge of honor. What's the point? So I absolutely cannot blame the AI. Told him it works, yeah. I cannot blame Zig for not wanting AI pull requests. I don't want AI pull requests. Just to be clear, there is a actually I said at first my contributing rules were like I'm gonna reject anything that is made mostly with AI and any low effort pull requests. Then I saw my first maybe mostly made with AI, but not necessarily mostly made with AI. Definitely made with AI, but not fully. And I was still like, yeah, to fix this shit, it would take me more work than it took you to build it. So absolutely not. And I changed my rules to completely reject any AI generated stuff. AI is great at UI, but anything apart from it is just dog water. Is it? Well, then again, developers are not great at UI, so not super surprised. Alright, I've been delaying an ad on Twitch for a while. I literally cannot do it anymore, although there's still 4 minutes. I don't know what AI is like with UI, but genuinely some brain dead takes. Oh, the one that I posted on my Discord the other day was really funny. Hold on, I still have it saved to my phone and everything, because... Where is it? No, did I delete it? I guess I don't have it on my phone anymore. It's probably recently deleted. Yeah, okay. LLMs are so bad at anything remotely creative. Jokes, naming products, stories, lyrics. Something has to be fundamentally missing. Wait. Wait. I just noticed something I hadn't noticed the first time. Does he work at Anomaly? Okay. I thought it was Anthropic. I don't know what Anomaly is, but... This is an AI company. You're telling me this dude works at an AI company and still tweeted that? It's gotta be here somewhere. I'm not seeing it anymore. Maybe he deleted it. It's decent for documentation, though probably make changes to what it generates. Yeah, but what's the problem with, like, what's the point of doing this if you then have to change all of it, all that it does? Isn't this guy's timeline? Why am I seeing... Okay, this post is pinned, sure. This one's from January. Last I checked, this is either almost a year old or a month into the future. This is from October. This is from February. Aren't these supposed to be, like, in order? What was the, Someone gave me a link to read. Here it is, xcancel.com. Let's change the URL to cancel. Twitter just doesn't like putting posts in orders. Yeah, I just saw that. What the hell? This banner is very scary. It looks like you've been hacked or some shit. But eventually you get here. And these have no timestamp. Holy fucking yap. Oh, here's the timestamp. Okay. Website's not amazing. Also, this guy tweets a lot. I'm going to a tweet. Okay, December 2nd. Here it is. My god, this took forever. How can you tweet this much? It's been 3 days. Oh my god, there's more. Spends half his workday on Twitter. I hope he's like the PR guy for this company, because otherwise, Jesus. Alright, well, I'm gonna look for this during the ad, because I feel like it's gonna take a while. Okay, here it is. Of course, I find it immediately after. I wonder if Dude Vibe tweets. It'd be kind of stupid not to, right? So I see this terminal.shop. Use the command below to order your delicious whole bean coffee. SSH key right here. Tomorrow.fm. Adam and the... oh, that's a fucking podcast. Primogen has something like that? That sounds about right. The open source coding agent. Amazing. Primogen also has a podcast, to be fair. Which is one of the main things that made me lose respect for him. The other thing being his Twitter. Yeah, it's fast. Or sped up. I love that anywhere you look in an AI demo, there's gonna be a problem. Like, we're currently in documents, a local open code Webby Stay demo. 28. This is nothing. This is nothing. At some point on my laptop, I used to have like this many tabs on like 10 or more windows. Probably more tabs, actually. I still have a lot now, but they're all in one window. At least. But actually, browsers kind of optimize that. Like if I go to this tab, it just loads from scratch. Which, by the way, I'll close. Might as well in the 30 seconds that I have left of this. Ooh, a lot of lazy Vim stuff. You see how I haven't had to Google anything for Zed? It's just intuitive. Isn't that the cool thing about GUI text editors? Or just GUIs in general? It's pretty cool. AI code showcases are simple, repetitive things that are done a lot, like Flappy Bird clones or Snake clones. Yeah, but they also mess it up. No matter how simple the demo is, they always mess it up. And yeah, the point of it is to make something so simple that it's hard to mess up, but they still manage. Z settings, double click in multi-buffer. Hey, let me see. Whenever you give me a URL like that, I'm like, where do I put that? Someone else gave me another one before, but Double click in multi-buffer. What to do when multi-buffer is double clicked in some of its excerpts. Open. That is also like not incredible. Okay, thank you. That's not incredible explanation of what that does. Because like multi-buffer, what are you talking about? But toothpaste is out of the tube, though you can't really put it back in. Yeah, you can wipe it. Clean it up. AI is also not at the beginning stages. You think it's gonna improve from here? It's a little bit of a logarithmic scale. It improved very quickly and then it kind of flatlined. And if anything, all the AI slop that it is currently generating is just going to poison its training data from now on. So AI is just going to be really bad. It's just going to get worse and worse and worse, and I'm here for it. This is the actual tweet, by the way. LLMs are so bad at anything remotely creative. Jokes, naming products, stories, lyrics. Something has to be fundamentally missing. Gee, I wonder what that is. Robot is not funny. Creative process is different from just slop. Spoon found in kitchen. This dude swears LLMs can't be creative, but his startup is literally just AI but with his logo on it. Build a platform, huh? Just put a mustache on ChatGPT and call it open code. He's out here debating creativity while his entire tech stack is Control-C, Control-V founder. What an incredible way to make my point. Does he not realize that he doesn't look good in that interaction? He's just being called out. Even if he is making your point, again, your point is made more ridiculous by the fact that you are actually a AI company founder. It's just something better than searching on Chrome. Yeah, because they actively made search worse. Searching the internet before 2023 used to be actually useful. Now it's complete trash. It also just so happens that the search engines and the AIs are made by the same companies. Not trying to put on a tinfoil hat here. But you're like, you know, the tinfoil hat puts itself on sometimes. And that's just the way that it is. All right. Wait. Seal is always... Yeah, okay, hold on. DuckDuckGo has an AI overview, but at least you can disable it. You genuinely cannot get rid of AI anymore. It's so ridiculous. Searching these days is like putting chocolate syrup on a waffle. What does that mean exactly? Maybe I haven't eaten enough waffles to unlock this knowledge. Alright. Okay, doesn't complain about that one anymore. And then a floor is done with a double as well. Yeah, like... Obviously the AI is not gonna go away. They keep shoving it down our fucking throats. And obviously the AI is better than searching on search engines. They ruined search engines. Okay, surprisingly, actually, no crashes. I mean, no, more complaints. Oh, it ruins it. Okay. Yeah, I'm not a waffle enjoyer, to be honest. So I didn't know. I just feel like chocolate on something sweet is like a good idea, but apparently not. 95% of AI startups have no income, not profits, but income. Yeah, and the other 5% have no profits either. Also, I've been seeing a lot of rumors about OpenAI doing ads now. OpenAI says ChatGPT's random suggestion to shop at Target is not an ad. Leaks confirm OpenAI is preparing ads on ChatGPT. OpenAI lies. Oh, hold on. Let me look at my kitchen real quick. Yep, it's another fucking spoon. What's this comment? One practice at Meta is to target ads for weight loss and beauty treatments at adolescent girls who delete an Instagram story within a few minutes of posting it, and we're all gonna be shocked by that. They are about to bring ads, like that's not a question. You know they're gonna do it. The question is, are they gonna disclose it? Or are they gonna lie about it? For OpenAI, we know which one it is. Oh, okay, leaks meaning this specifically. On the ChatGPT Android app beta. And they're denying it. Ads might actually work in ChatGPT's favor. Would they? Will they really? People love ads. We know people love ads. You know, when I used to watch cable TV, I was just like, God damn, this movie's so fucking boring. I cannot wait till we get to the ads. Now, I actively pay less for Netflix just so I can watch the ads. I don't even know what happened in the latest season of Stranger Things. I was just watching the ads. That's the entire reason I watched the damn thing. Look at the right side. You mean the ad? Yeah. They're not ads. Even users who shell out $200 per month on a pro subscription. You're kidding. You're kidding. They still don't make a profit, do they? I'm pretty sure they still don't make a profit. Anyway, they're also a non-profit, by the way. But $229 a month. Unlimited subject used to abuse guardrails. They gave their Go membership for free in India for 1 year. Jesus Christ. I thought dealers didn't actually give out free samples. Oh, they're absolutely lying about being a non-profit, by the way. I genuinely don't understand how OpenAI is allowed to even operate with the amount of bullshit that they get away with. It's kind of the same of what I said with Trump. Oh, but you can't do that. That's it. It aims to develop safe and beneficial artificial general intelligence. What a fucking load of bullshit. Had a complex corporate structure. As of October 2025, it is led by the non-profit OpenAI Foundation, founded in 2015 and registered in Delaware. Isn't Delaware where you register for tax reasons? which holds a 26% equity stake in OpenAI. Nothing actually says a non-profit with absolutely no ill intent than having such a fucking complex corporate structure. Oh no, what I said about Trump is that like anytime he like violates the Constitution, the Democrats just go like, yeah, well he can't fucking do that. And then they don't do anything to stop him, so he does it anyway. That's what I said before. And it's kind of like what OpenAI does too. Like they have absolutely no opposition. It's like, can we claim that we're a fucking non-profit? Yeah. I mean, technically you can't, but if no one's looking, and it just happens that nobody's looking. Just a little bit of a lobbyist look over there. And that's it. That's all you have to do. It converted its main business into a for-profit corporation, with Microsoft acquiring a 27% stake in the company and the remaining non-profit company owning a 26% stake. The OpenAI Foundation. Monopoly plus giant support equal true, whatever Allman says. Yeah, exactly. I mean, pretty much all those foundations are literally just money laundering for tax purposes. Like all those big corporations, all of them have a big foundations associated with them, which is essentially just a way to like hire a few family members, friends and family and whatnot, and launder the money that you're supposed to spend on taxes, spend it on them instead. But there's just something. Okay, I just heard a sound coming from there. I was super scared as to what that was. It's Jester. I just thought he was behind me, but that's just a blanket and a pillow. Altman claimed he draws 75,000 in salary per year. Oh. He just, you know. Everything he does is a business expense. Yeah, he's going to the beach next week to have a meeting with Poseidon. So, yeah, OpenAI is paying for that. So, the non-profit part, obviously, because this is a thing that he's doing for the good of humanity. They literally are word for word following the shitty corporation tax fraud rule book. Except they put extra emphasis on people thinking that they're a non-profit when really they're not a fucking non-profit. They have a product for 200. The question is, do they actually make a profit? I feel like they didn't. According to this, no, but we're not going to listen to a clanker. OpenAI 300 billion valuation while burning 5 billion annually. Am I missing something here? You know, I went to watch Wicked the other day. I don't know why. It just kind of made me think a little bit of the AI industry. Oh, what a blurry image. Oh, this one's also blurry. Oh, look at that. Why did it make me think of the AI industry? I have no idea why. I just like something about it. Something about it makes me think of the AI industry. Just cannot quite put my finger on it. There's definitely going to be a crash, but I think it'll still be sticking around afterwards. I sure fucking hope not. I hope it just crashes and burns. But that crash is gonna come, especially when the investors realize that they're not getting their fucking money back. Also, because they're literally investing in each other's companies. So I do very much think. Still not entirely sure what it is, but I do very much think. What a handsome man, huh? Italian, you know? Yeah. Charles, what's his last name? Charles. Carlo. Pietro. Giovanni. Guglielmo. Tebaldo. Oh, I see. The Primogen. See, that's what I meant with the Primogen is like he's genuinely always making videos about all the shit that's happening with AI and then defending it to the death. There's nothing stopping people from hosting their own LLMs on their GPUs. Yeah, but that can only get you so far. The company anticipates a total spending of roughly 22 billion this year against 13 billion in sales, resulting in a net loss of 9 billion. Meanwhile, OpenAI spends approximately 1.69 for every dollar of revenue it generates. Well, that meeting with Poseidon is very important. He has to go in a private jet, actually. It's very important. The company recently announced it has signed a 1.4 trillion in commitments over the next 8 years for computing deals with cloud and chip giants, spending almost 100 billion on backup data centers capacity alone to cover unforeseen demand. Okay, that's a lot of text. There's a lot stopping us from running LLMs. It's called RAM, which GPU makers are reducing on consumer GPUs for a reason. I mean, I'm talking about a hypothetical is kind of a strong word here. More so, it is a inevitable crash of the bubble. This is the first picture of him I have seen where he doesn't look like an absolute fucking psychopath. Where I don't look in his eyes and I get scared. First time it happens. Then again, it's because they picked a picture of him looking sad. Says it plans to report stunning annual losses through 2028 and then turn wildly profitable just 2 years later. What's the plan here? It's plotting a dramatic arc towards profitability through the end of the decade, but that growing won't come without some pain. Well, good luck with that. I'm sure it's gonna go great. There can be two Silicon Valley guys in the same prison at the same time, right? That's a thing that can happen. That's gonna be great. If that guy isn't in jail, I'm not gonna set a timeline, but it's gonna happen at some point or another. There's no way everything he's doing is legal. Absolutely no fucking way. Now, actually charged for the crimes that he's probably committing? No. But yeah, I see it happening. Then again, I would have hoped it would have happened for a lot of other tech founders, and it hasn't, so. If only the US justice system worked a little bit. That would have been amazing. We wouldn't be in this shit show. Then again, I feel like maybe that was on purpose. Yeah, fair. Donald Trump is one of the worst possible criminals. He has committed some of the worst crimes you can possibly commit. And there he is, committing more. Getting a fucking Peace Prize for it from FIFA. I just remembered that. I had forgotten it. Yeah, I was literally... I normally don't talk about politics, but genuinely seeing that When every morning I'm like, did he actually just invade Venezuela right now? Is that a thing that's happening? Do I need to worry about my friends and family over there? Every single fucking morning, that's what I wake up to. And then I see that he's being given a fucking peace award by FIFA, who decided to give out fucking peace awards. That's so fucking insane, bro. It is so crazy. So, amazing, right? Wasn't he supposed to stop wars? That's another thing, by the way. Every few months, he claims he, and only he alone, has been able to start a ceasefire in Palestine, which is not true. And then you see a bunch of people from Palestine being like, yeah, no, this actually hasn't fucking stopped. And then Israel is like, oh, but they attacked us, so we're going to continue attacking again. And the ceasefire lasts about a week. Actually, in terms of practically lasting, about 0 minutes. So, yeah. Ceasefires that he negotiates are not really a thing. Then again, he's not the one with the power in that relationship. Ceasefire between India and Pakistan. What happened with that? I have a feeling that he might also not have done it. Your seal has a bug. Returning val or val plus 1 will return the double with the fraction. My seal. Oh? Never even noticed. Thank you. He claimed to stop. He didn't, right? I'm just not super familiar with that. Like, it's super easy to stop wars when you just say that you did. You know what? Fuck it. Hold on. That's it. World peace. I've done it, everybody. FIFA, give me my peace prize. It was that easy. I've done about the same amount of work that he has and achieved about the same results that he has. My back hurts a lot if I sit every day. Does your back not hurt? Well, my back has been hurting since I've been about 16 years old, so I've had back problems my whole life. So at this point, it's not even about sitting. Even if I don't sit all day, it just hurts. But yes, I do try to exercise a little bit, stretch if not, and not sit every day, all the time. Even just like stand up and do stuff. I usually do that during ad breaks. I didn't in the last one, but normally I do. All right, so seal is fixed, but I doubt that's the one that was giving me trouble. Thank you for the fix, though. Standing desk with a walking pad has a lifesaver for my back. Yeah, I don't think I could do that. I genuinely cannot walk that much. I mean, I can, but then my back just ends up hurting more. Okay, I understand. Just kind of... Also, that's what gyms are for if you want to work out indoors. What just happened? Wait, this is also not the right project. This is the right project. I couldn't find it. String.c. 1022. Here it is. Because I'm comparing between... Oh, yeah. And also in 1029. $10.29? Oh, yeah, okay. Both of those are fixed now. It's funny how it went from YouTube Rewind and OS Dev to politics and AI talk. Yeah, normally I don't talk about politics. That was just a very shocking news that I saw right before I started the stream. So, kind of made an exception there. But anyway, fuck that guy and fuck FIFA. As if I wasn't already saying that before. It's just so insane. I genuinely don't understand what even made them do that. It's just... everything is so stupid. Everything is so fucking stupid. Like, I knew about the rise of fascism, but I didn't know it was gonna be this fucking stupid. I didn't know the entire time it was just gonna be like a unfunny comedy skit. They don't prepare you for that in history lessons. Oh, file in the wrong format, right? Because I did make. Should have made make cross. Should start our own country. At this point? At this point? Then again, guy's planning on invading my existing country. I doubt that I want to create another one to give him 2 to invade. So let's maybe give it a couple years. Okay, and just in case, make the library. Make the library. Shouldn't make cross also make run? I thought it did. Nope. Make run does if you specify the arch. I'm just gonna do it manually. Hello from God and floating point exception. Why is it? Oh, okay. It's different because it has a make file information here. Core dumped. Where do you see that stuff in Linux? I have no idea. Because I didn't expect it to crash. Floating point exception too. What are we complaining about? I'm not using either of those functions here, which I thought I was. The core as a core into the same directory you were in when you called the executable. So I gotta set it up. Never seen any other error that says core dumped. I feel like all of them, don't they? Shouldn't they? I feel like they should. Okay, so I gotta run this goddamn command because even core dumps need to be configured. It even makes a little noise. And it still doesn't do anything here. That's it. No, it's not. If you do not get it, you're not alone. I gotta look into var lib apport. How am I supposed to read that? Apport? Apeport? Whatever. Why does everything have to be so fucking complicated in this system? Oh, it's not a readable format. Why did I think it was gonna be a readable format? Do I really want to do cross-platform for Linux? Because I'm like, fuck this platform a little bit and whatnot. Um, it's an ELF file. The core dump file format is using the ELF format, but is not described in the ELF standard. As far as I know, there's no authoritative reference on this. A lot of extra information is contained within the ELF nodes. You can use readelf n to see them. Do I have that? Yeah. Okay. It's not a built-into Mac, so I wasn't sure. It's not like any other platform would be better. Mac would show you a little window that tells you where it crashed. I don't know about Windows. You probably just cry when something crashes in Windows. The core NT file node defines the association between memory address range and file offset. Cannot decode 64-bit node in 32-bit build. 32-bit build? 32-bit build? No. 64-bit note, meaning that the ELF file is in 64 bits, okay. But you cannot fucking decode it. Oh my god. Lets you set up just-in-time debugging, which automatically launches the Visual Studio debugger at the crash. I just don't understand why it's this complicated. I don't understand why everything GNU is so complicated. Why is $190 AI design 3D printer sneaker surprised me? You pay $190 for that? Yeah, it surprised me too, but not for the same reason. You know what, printf? Fuck it. Alright, so this one's probably gonna fail, right? Okay, let me see if allocations work. They do. And then eventually, I mean, it's a floating point exception. So where am I even using floats? Wait, I hadn't even thought about that. This entire thing is built to not even use floats. So it's like very simple code. Wait, what was that? Cheaper than the Apple sock? iPhone sock? Hey, the other day we were talking about how expensive Apple RAM is. Guess not anymore. Okay, but genuinely, I hadn't thought about that. There's no floating points here. iPhone Pocket. Wait, it's Isemiake and Apple. You never stood a chance. You never stood a chance. I would have hoped at least they went for something that's actually representative of the brand because there's some stuff that I really like, but well, okay, kind of. But like I don't know, something like this maybe? Something like this? I'm not sure how you would make it work with an iPhone, but hey, maybe. By the way, kind of fits the brand aesthetic, but I'm not sure. This just doesn't look like something. Also, it just looks weird. Here it looks kind of weird, but here it looks really weird. That top part. No amount of close-ups is gonna make it look good, by the way. 3D knitted construction. It is a special edition release. 149 US for the short strap and 229 for the long strap. This is neither of those companies. It's cheap compared to the kind of stuff that both of these companies put out. So don't be surprised. But at the same time, it's a little ridiculous. I'm not trying to sign up to your newsletter. Is this the online store? I doubt they're gonna have a different like phone case, but maybe some bags. They don't go for less than 1,000. Probably 2 or 3. What a horrible website. At least it's not vibe coded, but it's barely coded. I'm not sure that's much better. Yeah, anyway, that's the price of that stuff. So 290, 230 is on the low end for both of these companies because we also know about the this seems like a scam. Is that like leopard or something? This is a super old screenshot. What the fuck? Yeah, this. Yeah. They sell Apple monitors at Carrefour? Why? Anyway. $100 3D printed monitor stand with a production cost of 3. It's a lot for something that holds an iPhone though. Yeah, you're paying for the brand. And the manufacturing is probably good. Probably. That's one thing about luxury brands is they tend to have good manufacturing. At the very least, if you buy something, you know that it's gonna be long lasting, but which one is 42,000? Oh. Yeah, some of it is just for tackiness. Alright, let's not pretend. I'm sure it has good quality and all, but Donald Trump found you a computer monitor if you want it. It's so ugly. It's pissed color. Is it actually made out of gold or is it just no 24 karat gold Mac Pro display XDR configuration? I just can't. It's so tacky. The only thing that could make it tackier is if these little holes were replaced with Apple logos. like a Louis Vuitton type thing. That's the only thing that could make this product better. And if you're gonna go in, you might as well go all in. It really doesn't look like good. And why is there a WhatsApp icon? Oh, that was probably their AI agent. Hold on. Oh no, it's just to open their WhatsApp, which is probably run by a bot, but it's through WhatsApp. They're not just using their logo for no reason. All right. Well, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know how to run GDB for anything other than my own system, and I'm kind of regretting the fact that I have to learn. But hey, my app compiles. That's pretty cool. GDB EX run. Okay. Is that debugging? Is that a thing? Maybe we're gonna leave that one for the next round. Enable debugging for the session. Yes. Yep. Okay. In check neighbors. Can I do info? I'm so used to doing this. Yeah, no. I already learned how to use this godforsaken piece of software for operating system development. Now I have to learn how to use it for normal development. Frame. That's it? That's all you have to say? It's in check neighbors. Which I'm pretty sure is also a place where this crashed a lot. Let me guess. On line 61. Wait, can I do info line? I should be able to do that, right? No line number information. But if you say quit, why don't you quit? Oh my god, I hate this. Oh no. Dump permission denied? Oh, it's not just dump, it's obj dump. Misspell that one. Alright, so we take a dump on it. And we don't have any useful information on it. Because the address that it is running at is not the same address. I'm assuming I can just skip these 5s and just go to 3D2. No. Apparently not. Well, maybe. Am I compiling with G? Probably not. Actually, that's not super helpful. There's a command in GDB to get like where the executable starts. Wait, I forgot that GDB. I don't want to type that whole thing out. There we go. It's in R divide neighbors. Okay, so R is a UN16 And neighbors is an int. Hey, Jester. How you doing? It's very excited. Drinking water. I might make running with GDB the default behavior. Because I don't know what to do about getting information for this, to be honest. But I understand, kind of. Wait, neighbors? Holy shit, hold on. Is neighbors 0? How is this not being caught by my system? And Jester's here. Alright, so I am gonna make, for cross compilation, gdb ex, what's the syntax? Run. Okay, cool. How much time have I been streaming? 3 hours. Okay. I said I was gonna do Raylib today, and I'm just now getting started with doing Raylib. So amazing. Hey, Zach. Bye, hard worker. I'm liking Zed. I'm liking it. I was having some issues with project search because I couldn't double click, but there's an option for that, so mostly good with it. I like it. I like it. All right. Is division by 0 allowed on ARM or something? I feel like... See, I remember in a video where I talked about exceptions, I specifically used divide by 0 as an example. And I'm pretty sure I did it because I actually ran into that while developing my system. So I feel like it's not, but then again, this is such a simple thing because yeah, sometimes they don't have neighbors and then they die. That's a thing that happens all the time in a game of life or death, especially in the game of death where like there's entropy and shit. So really surprising that I didn't catch it. Kind of, I guess. Weird. Whatever. Anyway, good work so far. I do want to continue. Before that, though, ARM returns 0 with the 0 division. Maybe it's a configuration thing. Because I remember it crashing at some point or another, and then not crashing anymore. Because I... Actually, when I made that video, I don't even remember which video it is, but probably the one where I talked about exceptions. I tried replicating that issue and it didn't happen. So maybe it's some configuration stuff. You can configure it to not crash. Which is interesting. Because, yeah, that saves you a lot of time. Like a lot of useless if statements. That's pretty cool of ARM, I guess. Alright, what exactly is this change that it's claiming I made here? Does this do git? Yeah, a little bit. Git panel. Oh, there you go. Nice. I was about to say I was going to switch back to VS Codium for a bit, just because I know how to use it, but actually, fuck VS Codium, it's so bad. Yeah, so they're just... What is this change? I don't get it. Just restore. Same for this one. I'm not sure what changed. This one we can keep. I don't understand these changes. All right. Line endings feels like it. Can you not do that? That's gonna be a lot of useless changes all over everywhere I put my cursor. This is so dumb. Oh god, why are line endings a thing? Yeah, there's gotta be a setting for that. No. No. Nope. 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 This search is pretty good, but it didn't find what I was looking for. Tabs versus spaces? I don't think so, because in the endif, well, there was an endif that changed. I haven't made any changes to this actually, so no. It's not that. Yeah, I think you understand what I'm trying to go for here. Yeesh. If this is file ending is a thing, it literally automatically disqualifies it from being a thing that I want to use. I hate reading issues. In the settings.json, you can set status bar line endings button to true. Okay. That shows me the status, the line endings, but I need it to not mess with them. It's auto-formatting them. Hard tabs, formatter null, format on save off. That's probably what I need. Disable AI. Okay, let me try. The problem is it already did all those, so that kind of sucks. All right, for the elf file, this one, right? So let me make just a simple change. And then, there we go, it changed it again. Fuck's sake. This could definitely, genuinely disqualify it. Zed, you were doing so good, bro. You were doing so good. Maybe formatter null? But that eliminates all the formatting, doesn't it? Damn, bro. You came so close. Nope. Automatically changed it. Check global versus project settings. Update language specific settings. Disable built-in formatters. Restart Zed. Fair. Yeah, and it opened one of the 3 projects that I had open. Yeesh. This is bad. I feel bad because I was genuinely enjoying Zed. And then this happened. Alright, get rid of that, get rid of that. Now, put a random... You gotta do it for each language? Are you serious? I don't even have a language selected here. Control Shift P. What for? Well, I can tell it which line endings to use, which I guess can be useful. No, it just doesn't. Alright, let's take an ad break and be back in 3 minutes and figure this out. Please. Alright, I'm back a bit early because started Googling stuff. Okay. Maybe. This will be enough. I already have it. I already have that setting and it's not doing anything. Oh my god. What is the point of a format on save off if it doesn't actually work? If your file has mixed line endings, it will replace them no matter what. Then I'm just not gonna use it. This is just stupid. It didn't do that last time. This is not my first time actually using it. But only these. It's like very precise, but then again, look at all the files that it changed. All right, you know what? Uh, I guess. I'm just gonna stage manually what I changed. And that's it, because these changes are just really stupid, as a matter of fact. There, these are actual changes, and that's it. Commit message is um cool. And then push. Cool. I do like that it includes that directly, because I do want my editor to do that, because did you edit this in another program and insert mixed line endings? I wouldn't be surprised. I used a lot of different programs. I literally used one per hour last weekend, so I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. At all. Alright, I guess. So I'm not going to be touching these files anymore. I might as well just restore. 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 If you edited this file or not, I don't remember. Maybe. Maybe. Okay. Raylib. About Raylib. I have it already. I already have it compiled, and I have this Raylib test. I set up my Git to always push with Unix line endings. Why it's this kind of garbage? I wanna just not think about line endings. What can I say? But yeah, you have a point. Okay, I don't know why Helix made itself the default. I'm just gonna make Z the default. There it is. Okay. All right. So this is actually my redxlib, so that's perfect, because I want to include the raylib here and link to it. Well, no, you don't really link to it. Yeah, this was probably not needed. This one's needed in the actual game, isn't it? No, I'll hold off to that. Okay, actually, yeah, before I do anything with that, there's a little bit of a architectural problem. In my system, you start graphics and, well, you get the graphic state once, and then you just draw and commit without needing to start a draw. Whereas in OpenGL, and therefore also Raylib, you need to explicitly start drawing and finish drawing. I have a finish drawing command, I don't have a start drawing command, so I need to create one. That's the wrong place. Maybe someday I will need it. But either way, I need to create just a function that's gonna be a stub. Begin drawing with a draw context pointer. All the other ones are begin. Couldn't you just have it in the game engine? No, because this is for everything. Keep in mind, I'm using Raylib, which is mostly for games, but I'm also using it for other stuff. So no, it's not part of the game engine. It's part of all the UI stuff. But okay, about the begin drawing, the part that bothers me is that everything else uses the draw context. Even the commit draw context. Maybe I should eventually rename that to commit drawing, but yeah, whatever. I thought this is actually being compiled. I thought it wouldn't be compiled. Because printf... Oh, I'm overwriting printf by doing this. And it still works. Not bad. Oh yeah, it's printl that's the actual syscall. Yeah, begin drawing is just an empty function. No problem there. That's it for the system. Wait, hold on. I just realized the changes I made are literally everywhere. So this change, not this one, not this one either. You know what? Maybe not. Because if you give the library another name, then that's gonna be a problem. So just that. radxlib. That did it. Push. Cool. And last project is the game of life. Which I'm trying to keep up to date. So okay, changes made here. None of these. This one. That's it, pretty much. And the architectural ones. Can I commit the whole file? Yes. Push. All right, let's actually begin. Yeah, so I need to get used to calling this function, which is not going to do anything most of the times, but it is necessary for raylib. So I'll get to that eventually. If not, I guess it just won't work on raylib. And most likely, to be fair, this function will be needed once I have a more complex graphics API. So in a way, great. But also like not. All the drawings are happening in here. Wait. Okay. Make cross. What just happened? Why is there so many errors? What did I do? Oh, well, besides declaring this extern, which is not super helpful, I declare this function, and I missed a semicolon. That's literally it. Classic. It literally made a video saying, like, I feel like that never happens. And then it happens to me, of course. Alright, so cool, we have that function. Now we should be able to go into the game of life and begin drawing with the context, right? Pointer to the context. Which should compile. I hate that GDB asks me for confirmation to quit. Like, why did you think I'm typing the word exit? How am I doing that on purpose? I mean, by accident. Oops, I accidentally typed the word exit. That was actually an accident. You know what? I need to learn to shut the fuck up. I didn't remember that exit would actually do something in the terminal. I completely forgot about that. Fuck's sake. I genuinely need to learn to shut the fuck up. Alright, that new function that I just created, right? The begin drawing, come with me. You're going in the okay. There should also be a shutdown graphics function, to be fair. Hold on, let me do that real quick. Nah. Nah. Yeah, nah. Alright, I have this raylib test, which is helpful for... I love that Z is not in the recommendeds. So I end up having to go all the way down here to get it. Because it's also like the last one. Destroy draw context. So yeah, the problem is that you don't really destroy a draw context. But maybe I can, because it's to implement close window essentially. Because this is request draw context. This is gonna be for the game engine. This is the begin drawing. This is the commit context. And this is destroy draw context. But in redacted, it's also gonna do nothing. So I feel kind of weird implementing these functions that are gonna do nothing, but maybe. Might as well just get it over with. Pascal case. Wait, which one is Pascal case? I never remember the names of them. Oh, I feel like Pascal case is very C#. C++, I've only seen it used by Unreal Engine pretty much. But then again, that guy that made a rant for like 2 hours about how shitty C++ is was really onto something. And he said that every code base is like an entirely different programming language, and it really feels that way. He had a point. Let's see, halt is here. Hey, goldfish. Yeah, there we have it. It's in a little bit of a weird place. Even though you never return from these while true. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. You can pull 5 different libraries and they all have their own different naming convention. See, because the latest C++ I've written besides my own drivers and stuff is, which I wrote in C style to be fair, is like Unreal Engine. And Unreal Engine is very Pascal case. Don't you need to exit the loop? No, that's where the halt command goes in. So not really. I could have done it that way, but I just directly call halt. Which, by the way, we can start implementing some of the syscalls, because that would be nice. Except, yeah, never mind. Never mind. Not right now. Not right now. We'll get to that eventually. Okay. It is automatically deleting this tab that I'm putting in. That's what's happening. All right. The raylib test. Where are you? Here. Okay. So you just gotta include raylib.h. And then we want to init the window. We don't care about target FPS. Begin drawing and drawing, close window. I want to implement all of these. One thing I like about Rust is that their built-in tooling basically forces everyone to follow the same conventions. Makes the entire ecosystem look consistent, even in naming variables, because I feel like that's stupid. VS Code prioritizes using spaces instead of tab characters. Okay. Begin drawing. Yeah, no, this actually goes here. Destroy goes here. Begin drawing goes here. End drawing was the only one that was correct. You get compiler warnings if you don't... Seriously? A compiler warning over, like, case, even? That one I find a little bit stupid. Okay, it finds the functions. I just don't have a screen height and screen width. Which, funnily enough, not a thing that the system currently handles. So let me just put in some defaults real quick. Most of my code is set up to, but maybe the other way around. Most of my code is set up to work with whatever size you're given, because my system is built for that, but yeah. Rust C has a built-in linter. I hate linters. Okay. Undefined reference to begin drawing. Oh yeah. I need to actually link to the library. Allow dead code to stop warnings on unused code. Yeah, C has that too. Unused functions and stuff. Even unused arguments, which I really find stupid. I mean, I get it, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know. Here. Includes, and you also need to include raylib raylib.a. Is that the correct syntax? It's your makefile. Nope. It's this path. Where did my mouse go? What the hell was that? Zig goes a step further and makes unused variables a compiler error. See, that's the case in my system, but that's because I'm compiling with warnings as errors. So that one's on me. Wait. Yeah, that's probably not in the right place. Let me just put it here real quick, just for the test. Okay. Yeah. I need to put it in crosslib. Why did it just compile? Nothing to be done. For raylib source. Oh yeah, I'm doing it wrong. Okay. Do I need to put a comma here instead of a white space? There we go again. We're having to figure out the syntax of this shit. Lord. Another 3 hours of make files. Short idea. Discuss why make files are bad. They're just overcomplicated. GNU is to blame for for everything. Fuck it, blame for everything. I'm single because of GNU actually, so. This is Google. I mean, make files, like, I kind of get them, but at the same time, then you run into shit like this. You just escape it. That's a lot of undefined shit. Oh god. But GCC ta 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 ta. That's good. That's good. Soding's C build system. Doesn't he use Tiny C? Something like that. That's not his, is it? No. I mean, I've seen him use this one. I saw when he eliminated, like, semicolons. He was using that one. I'm not sure if that's what he's using. Oh, no, wait. You're talking about build system. Build system, not compiler. Hold on. Header only library for writing build recipes. Next generation of the no build. Experimental project, likely not suitable for your project. If you're using CMake with tons of modules to manage and find tons of dependencies, you probably don't want to use this tool. But in that case, I personally think you have much bigger problems than a build system. I fucking love this guy, I swear to god. No build is more like writing shell scripts, but in C. My dude, do you have an example? Yes, he does. He has an entire folder. Basic usage. I'm probably not going to do this today, but... No, nub, go rebuild yourself. Nub, make dir directory not exist. Command, it's a little bit too programming. Yeah, you have to write it in C. That probably makes it easier than this shit. I might check it out some other time. Not right now. I got this to work. This is good enough for now. I gotta figure this out, so. Okay. What are we complaining about? Multiple definitions of begin drawing. Fair. No. Oh, no. What are you talking about? Hold up. Ooh. Oh, okay. No, these are different. This different errors. Okay, I understand that because I figured that was going to be a problem. Undefined reference to sin cos f. Shouldn't these be with standard library? Or do I need to I need to link libmath, I think, yeah. That's not automatically linked, I feel like. Let me see the make file here. lm, yeah. Alright. But then also the OS, I wasn't sure if I was gonna need this or not, but if ndef cross, these functions do not get declared. I mean, do not get implemented in the operating system itself. Or they only do get implemented if you're building for the system itself. Besides that, game of life. Another one for you. Libmath. Yeah. I hate that I learned how to cycle through these, but it's counterintuitive. Control page up goes backwards. Control page down goes forwards. That's dumb. Alright, now it compiled. Hey, yo, what are you downloading? Hey, yo, we have a window. Alright. And we are quitting. We quit. We quit. We quit. What did I just do? What in the name of fuck did I just do? Did I just execute this command? Yo. Yo. It's that simple. Except it doesn't work. Maybe it's not that simple. It's pretty simple. Alright. We have shit going on. Always exciting when you have shit going on. So, about the shit going on right now. Cool. But when we create a window, which when you request a drawing context, maybe I should make it so that I don't have to change anything in the code, just make it so that you already have a context. Essentially, you can define the size that you want. Or a default. Right, and then whichever one you end up doing. Hey, this is super intuitive. The line ending stuff was a little bit cumbersome, but I like how easy it is to use this for VS Code developer. Okay, so this is not a thing that I currently support in most of my applications. However, you can define what width and height you want, and maybe I'll make it so that Redacted OS automatically resizes the window if you have set these values. If not, the raylib implementation is just going to return a default value size. And then there's actually a syscall for resizing the window, which is not implemented here. I'm pretty sure it's not used in the game of life. Yeah, because it doesn't require that. It didn't even exist when I made the game of life. But the important thing is you fill the width, the height, and some more information about the draw context also needs to be filled in, I'm pretty sure. So let me see real quick. The stride is a useful one. The recount stays at 0, full redraw, and there's no real frame buffer, but that one's internal. You're not really supposed to modify it manually. Except Doom does, but that's Doom's problem, not mine. Except It's my port of doom, so it's also my problem. But stride. Stride is... Fuck, what is stride? I always forget what stride is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have more results of stride than this one. What are you yapping about? Okay, that's kind of weird. If you have any files open, it defaults to only the open files. Yeah, Doom is already on all platforms, so I don't care too much. But yeah. Stride is the BPP, which is 32 or 4. It's bytes per pixel or bits per pixel? It's 4. Thank you. 4 times the width. All right. That is my wrong button. Should have used some pointers here and here and here and here. Okay. All right. Yeah, that doesn't quit. And then I need to implement the drawing functions. The point of this project, the overall operating system was just for learning the cross-platform to port stuff. Both my projects for the operating system to other systems and eventually the opposite as well. But that would require porting libc, not really porting, not really what I'm doing, but the opposite of what I'm doing. Here, this has examples for what I want. Okay, clear background. And is key down? It's gonna need to be a whole translation system going on there. Let's begin with clear background. That's a good one to start implementing. Clear background. You need to include raylib.h, and I'm pretty sure I forgot it needs to compile in order for this to work. Too few arguments. Yeah, oh, whoops. Got a point. But okay. Okay, great. Clear background takes a... Can I just pass the color? No, I'm pretty sure I need to convert the color. Struct color. Can you tell me what that struct is? Yes, you can. Cool, 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 cool. You just go to declaration, go to declaration. I don't think I can just convert it, can I? No. I need to do the conversion manually. That's a pain in the ass. But that hack may work, but it may invert the colors. But you know what? It's worth a shot before I bother doing things the complex way. This needs to be a pointer as well, doesn't it? Yeah. All right. This actually compiles it. Then we go into the game of life, and we make cross. And why do I have to do that every time? Okay, that didn't work. Clearly. I feel like. It also doesn't quit. That's probably for me to implement. Raylib has get color. All right, let me try first off this. Right, that way I'll test that everything. Eesh. No, I do call that function. I do call it. Do I really have to do that every time? Okay, this works. So it's just a problem of my my implementation of it. Now already I'm regretting putting GDB by default. GDB requires too much confirmation for anything. It's too insecure. Come on, we can get this done by today. Raylib has get color, you say? With an unsigned int hex value from a hexadecimal value. That may work. If not, get pixel color. But yeah, I don't think so. No, we're good. Is there a shortcut for this? Control Alt minus. I didn't compile. Wait, I'm such an idiot. I'm not even gonna elaborate. Guess. Guess what it is. Guess what it fucking is. Yeah, that's the wrong format though. That is the wrong format. Pretty sure. Nope, that's even worse. Also invalid pointer. Cool. Does the FF go at the end? That's a problem. Yeah. Okay, I get it. That's kind of ass. My system's format is ARGB. Well, it's actually BGRA, but for endianness reasons. I don't like this. There's a conversion for this. I just don't remember how to do it in an elegant way. Yeah, it actually stays like that. Kind of that, I guess. That. Get pixel color does what you want. Right, I forgot that function existed. I literally just saw it. Wait, but that uses a pointer. That's why I didn't use it. Get color from a source pixel pointer of a certain format. Oh, but I just have the format. Yeah, they probably have the format. How do I know though? Call core formats real quick. Pixel format uncompressed enum. Thank you. Thank you, Linux, for absolutely fucking nothing. No. Seriously? They don't have it? They don't have it. Well, good thing I already finished writing the function, because, yeah. Convert color. Recompile this. Eesh, yellow and a segmentation fault? That's not right. It's just not GitHub. Wait, no, that's not right. Wait, the one that worked, hold on. It's this. Okay, no, that's the wrong color entirely. It's a much simpler conversion of the color shifted by 8 ORed with the color shifted by 24. And for the sake of correctness, that. That's still wrong, but that's because I haven't compiled, have I now? That's not right. Wait. Of course that's not right, because now the value in the game of life is wrong. Can you please quit when I tell you to quit? Yeah, that is not quite the color I was going for. My keyboard is actually a gaming keyboard. Before DD13. Let me just copy this real quick and do it manually and see that I'm doing this right. Convert color. What you want to do is you want to take the color shifted by 8 and then the color shifted by 24. You don't break out of the loop on Windows should close. Right. Yeah, I did that in the relib test. Good point. You know what we can do? Don't import stdio. Come on. We've been through this. We're going from RGBA. No, we're going from ARGB to RGBA. So, wait, are we though? All right, let me see what this prints. Just get rid of this function real quick. For the sake of testing. Damn it. Double free or corruption? There's no allocations happening. What? Oh, printf is not declared, okay. Well, you just have to include syscalls. Syscalls, that's it. Make, and, I don't care about that. Cross. Fuck, one thing I forgot is that it only clears once. This was back when the system was super slow. So I optimized the shit out of it. There's a little bit of what you might call missing information here. There's 3 pixels just straight up missing. Okay, let me see them both printed. Need to recompile the library. Right, that doesn't work. Oh, and the crash happens when I press the X button. Okay, that makes sense. Because Rayleigh probably is doing some... Okay. Yeah, okay, I see. Why is part of it disappearing though? That's what I don't understand. Isn't color shifted by 8 just going to be... Like, it's mostly right. But then I'm confused as to why it's losing the top part of it. Also, since we're dealing with this right now, can we just return 0 after this, please? Thank you. Go. Nah, I didn't mean to clean. All right. Yeah. And then I'm ORing that with this. Which is FF. Wait, what was the result before though? Before DD1300, you OR that with FF. I expect that to be why is that not what I expect it to be? Jester, you scared the shit out of me. Printf may be allocating, but no, the crash always happens when I try to quit the window. I am genuinely struggling to understand how DD1300... Wait, what? Wasn't it just working like a second ago? Oh my. Yeah, okay, I see the problem. This needs to be here, and this needs to be here, essentially. And this needs to be recompiled. Yeah, okay, there it is. So this becomes this. Yeah. Mask first, and then convert, otherwise I am setting those values. Okay, that's it, yeah. And then might as well do this automatically. And well, I am still quitting the program, so that's not helping. There we have it. Sometimes it crashes when I press the X button, sometimes it does nothing. Not sure, but either way, it doesn't matter. All right, we did that. Now, if I want to implement the game of life as I implemented it, the only function I really need to implement is the draw fill rect, this one, which according to the cheat sheet, I'm sure you have a specific drawing function for that. Oh my god, I ended up in directory. Draw rectangle. This function right here. Which we're gonna copy. And we're gonna paste. And we're gonna call. And even this mark dirty stuff is not even needed anymore. Position X is X. Position Y, please tell me the coordinate system is the same. I would hate if it wasn't. Width, actually. Height stays the same. Color is convert color color. I also just realized I'm using color as a type. And also as a variable. That kind of hurts. You probably want closing windows, so you probably should have something similar to windows close. Yep. For that matter, I probably want that in my system too, so I should probably implement that. All right. We did it. Small little thing I forgot. The game of life used to be so slow on my system that I genuinely didn't need to limit its frame rate. So I probably want to do that. Target FPS. I'm gonna make it slow because it's not relative to FPS in the slightest, so. It's not clearing though, but it is working. So that's pretty cool. I have to say, very happy that this worked out. The target FPS is not gonna stay. It's just for this, which by the way, oh, what the fuck happened to my voice? Should be limited anyway. All right, there's an ad coming up. Let me get some water before I die. All right, we're back. All right, so the game of life seems to be working, but it is not clearing the screen. Which is kind of sad, because this is actually not the game of life, it is the game of death. And as the game of death, it eventually all dies down. So that's kind of sad. But I am noticing one thing. I'm doing a clear with a color that is 0. I wouldn't be surprised if Raylib wanted a color that is like that, with an alpha. Yep. There we have it. That was fast. It eventually dies down. That used to take a lot longer when the system was a lot slower. But, I've over-optimized. I'm too good a programmer, god damn it. Here. Forgot where I wanted to go. There we have it, a little bit slower. Although a little bit too slow, but yeah. The point is the game of life works. Friggin' amazing. For that matter, I wasn't able to get it to run on my system. But if I had been able to get it to run on my system, I feel like it would have also had the same issue. Because back when I built this game of life, I didn't have transparency. Now I do. And when there is transparency, I haven't fully implemented it everywhere. I've only implemented it where I've needed it. Maybe I haven't needed it in rectangles. No, I have, because I use it for shadows. So yeah, I pretty much implemented it anywhere where it matters. And yeah, it would have had the same issue if it compiled in the first place. But it compiled. That worked. I have to say that was surprisingly easy. That was, however, for compiling with simple shapes. There is... This would have taken years with SDL. I am so glad I didn't pick SDL. I took a look at the code. I literally went like this. Probably still open here. Let me start doing some tab management real quick. Couldn't find it. I have a million tabs open, but not the one I'm looking for. I took just one look at like their GitHub, SDL, examples, demo, snake. I actually looked at the snake one. I took one look at this code. And I was just like, you know what? You know what? No. 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 But Raylib did require patching inside of the STB? I forgot what that library is called. The one that they use for images is actually in source external STB. So they have a bug in that one that wasn't allowing me to load BMP images. But now it loads them. So cool. STB image. Yeah. Required, yeah, making a patch to that STP image. Actually, I do wonder if, like, what the state of that pull request that they had for that. This one I'm pretty sure. Yep. Okay, they're looking to get it merged, apparently. I'm assuming this is the maintainer of the owns this repository, yeah. So a little bit over a month ago. But neither of them is in. For fast prototype, Relib has no match, especially in C++. Yep. I don't have to do the backend myself because I could if I wanted to, but if I want to target each operating system, right? Because the point of it is I'm making stuff for my operating system and then using Raylib to support cross-platform. So all the graphic stuff is being done by Raylib, and all the non-graphic stuff is being done by libc essentially. And the input stuff is also done by Raylib. And the file stuff probably going to be done by Raylib, not gonna lie. If I wanted to implement, which I probably do at some point, stop relying on Raylib, but like, so long as it works, it's good for me. I would have to implement DirectX, OpenGL, and Metal. If I want to support all three major operating systems, in addition to having my own graphics API, which I don't have the backend for it yet, but once I do, it's over for you, bitch. Now, once I do, I'll have to figure that out as well. Not sure which format to go for. Vulkan is overly complicated and OpenGL is not super modern. So I don't know why I'm thinking about that right now. I'll start doing some graphic stuff with the game that I want to do. I mostly work on Sundays. But yeah. Vulkan and Molten VK. More so, I mean, like, which API do I want to support, if any, in my own operating system? I think I do want to support an API. See, if I want to support OpenGL, that's probably the most widely used one, the easiest one to implement. It's not easy by any means, but it is easiest to implement. And so it's good, but I feel like it is at end of life at this point. And y'all know I don't like that. But it would also be, you would be able to make games in Raylib and in a lot of other platforms and target redacted OS. Because as long as Raylib, as long as your system supports libc and OpenGL, Raylib can run on it. So it would be really easy for me to make a redacted backend for Raylib. But yeah, relying on OpenGL. Vulkan, I feel like I just don't want to support Vulkan. But there's nothing better. There's no in between that's like modern and easy to use. Not that OpenGL is easy. OpenGL has a lot of gotchas and whatnot. But it's relatively easy to learn. You can get something quick fairly fast. Vulkan, I feel like, just overcomplicate things for reasons that I have to admit I don't fully understand because I don't know Vulkan that well. I just know what I've seen, what code examples I've seen. But in the same way that I looked at the SDL code and I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna patch Raylib and then move on. Well, the same thing with Vulkan. But I'm not planning on implementing accelerated graphics anytime soon. Maybe I should get it to work on the Raspberry Pi before I even bother with accelerated graphics, because I don't have that right now. Which means that the only GPU that it runs on right now is actually none right now. The only GPU that it runs on right now does not even have a graphics API for 3D acceleration at all. It's a frame buffer GPU. This one. The other one does have 3D capabilities, but I genuinely do not understand how they work. Their documentation is incredibly lackluster when it comes to 3D. I don't I don't get it. I don't know what they're going for. But yeah, we got some basics already. We got quite a lot today, actually. And what in the name of... Yeah, keep those untracked, please. Okay. I'm seeing that it didn't do a whole lot of the line ending stuff here. But it did it quite a bit. It's kind of annoying. Look, I'm gonna let you commit this time, but you're on thin ice. Alright there, Zed. You're on thin ice, but I'm at the end of the stream, so you gotta pass this very second. Cool. Zed's about to lose the race. It's sad, because I really like it, but this is definitely a deal breaker. If I have to have a bunch of completely useless changes in my commits, at least until I've used it long enough that it just doesn't happen anymore, that's just not worth it. You do sort out the line endings, yeah. 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 Wait, you can configure Git to ignore line endings. I completely forgot about that. I also completely forgot how to, wait, no. CRLF is the Windows one. I don't want that. So can I just do git config global core auto LF? Sure. Turtle is great for noobs. It's for Python, but it may be for C too. What's turtle? All right, let's see if that did anything. Absolutely fucking nothing. Maybe I restart Zed. Let's see. All right, Game of Life is the next one. So open that with Zed and nah. These are so dumb. Wait, it does say something if you hover for a second there, it says something. Oh no, this one is an actual change, never mind. This one is also an actual change, but not one that's necessary. This one's also an actual change, and this one is just stupid. Oh no. Bare bones GUI framework. Oh no, I plan on keeping my own for that. This is just like how to get the graphics onto the screen. It's what Raylib's job is. That's it. Everything else is handled by me. I mean, maybe eventually I'll replace it with just a wrapper around another function. I mean, another library, but right now, it's gonna stay like that. This one's also not gonna get submitted. Okay. And yep. And yep. Cool. And finally, that leaves the operating system himself. Which... There you go again. And I didn't push any of those changes, did I? I didn't push a single one of them. Cool. So, amazing progress. I have graphics now. And I can most likely, tomorrow, focus on porting the next project. Because Game of Life is already ported. Game of Life already runs on Linux. Cool. Oh wait, let me test one more thing, just for the sake of it. I said that now I'm going to support that if you want, you can specify the size window that you want right away. Git config global. Looking at it like that, it feels like that's the correct one, yeah. File and route for... Oh wait, I recompiled the operating system, didn't I? Window close function implemented for Raylib. Hold on. Okay, this works. I'm pretty sure I left the FPS incredibly short. But cool. That's a thing that you can do. There's actually no closing windows in my system. I just realized that too. All right, let me see how... Here. Open with Z. Yeah, target FPS 10. I mean 1. Now it's 10. No, I didn't mean to do that. There, also git config global or EOL LF. Okay. All right, there we go. This is 10 frames per second. Oh, I forgot I limited to a square. Yeah, that is a limitation that it currently has. But eventually they will all fucking die. Can you die already so I can finish the sentence, please? Never mind. Die. Thank you. That took forever. All right. Yeah, this target FPS should not be in here, to be fair. That should be handled by the game itself. But then again, didn't really bother with that. Also, what did we talk about? Yeah, the window close. Let me see how it was implemented here. Close window. Oh, well, no window should close. Right. Can I goldfish? That's a little bit of a weird one. Because what do I write in here? Yeah, everything's subject to change. Who cares? I'm just gonna create a extern bool. Should close win. Return false by default. Redacted OS does not implement this stuff. And actually there's no window closing right now. Whereas you call window should close. Right, not you actually. You call window should close if bool should close window return window should close. And then the game of life should close window. Yeah, everything's subject to change. Who cares? So make cross. Make cross. Okay. Cool. Although it thinks that there was an error, but whatever. That just means you closed the game. Cool. I just want to check on the naming. Should close win. Let's do should close context, because that's... I always talk about a context everywhere, so it should make more sense to be a context. But that means that this function is not what it should be, and that means that this function is not what it should be. Which means that we recompile the system, we recompile the library, we recompile the game, and now it works. And let me see if this works by any chance. Not necessarily expecting it to work, but maybe. No. It still exits immediately, and I don't understand why, because all other applications work fine. But hey, okay, that's not what we're here for today. Did all the line endings change all of a sudden? Fuck off. Yeah, another thing. One last thing. I said when you request a draw context, you can specify the size that you want. And maybe redacted OS should allow that. So if it finds a window, can it automatically resize the window? Pretty much just call this function. If out ctx width and out ctx height, then we're going to want to resize the window with these values. And that way you can request a window and it will be the size that you want already. You don't have to manually call resize window, but it's optional. But it seems like a nice little utility thing to have. So to test it out, this is only for the system. Well, Raylib already has it. When you request a window, you actually already resize a window here. So just move this down here. So I don't think the context is being used before here anyway. No, it isn't. Perfect. And just immediately do ctx width to this and ctx height to this. Move these before the request. And it should run in the exact same way. But now with one fewer syscall. Yeah. Okay. And it still did the line ending stuff. Oh my god. Bro, seriously. The way it's genuinely disqualifying itself just by doing this. Kind of very sad, actually. But I really like that all the diff is in one place. Oh my god, there's gotta be a solution to this. I swear I'm not giving up on you, Zed, okay? Actually win. One big commit when you normalize line endings. In every single one of my projects. Which is kind of shit that I've literally only worked on Unix-like systems. And VS Code being the piece of shit editor that it is, let's call it what it is, still somehow managed to mess that up. Love that. Thank you so much for that. I'm actually super excited about the fact that now I have a... Does mixed line endings come from pull requests from people working on Windows? Maybe, but not really. Because, like, there's some files that I've only changed. I don't think anyone's made any changes to the windowing system, for example. Okay, that's the only change I care about. Now, is the default target FPS being 10? That's whatever. Again, you're not supposed to set that. You set that in the game engine, but not in this library. So Git on Windows defaults to CRLF. Yeah, but they haven't done changes there. It's in files that only I have changed, and I've never worked on Windows on this project. Thank God. Yeah, so I am officially introducing this change and officially introducing this change. I'm just gonna ignore everything else. I just realized I made the window gigantic in Redacted OS, but hey, whatever. Default window size and window closing. Let me try. Actually, that's a good test. If it runs on Redacted, it changes the size of the window before crashing. It's doing something. It does not. It does not. Okay, I don't know what's happening there, but we'll figure it out some other day. Not today, not today. It's ironic that I got it to run on my system and not on Redacted anymore. It's probably something being compiled wrong and it's... No, but that would crash. I have no idea. Okay, I'm not gonna bother with that right now. Alright, also, didn't I commit this already? This is not about line endings. This is not about line endings. It added a space at the end. Well, it removed the space that was there at the end. Except for here. Here it just added a new line, I guess? No, what the fuck did you do here? Here it probably is line endings. Oh my god. So it is just its auto formatter that I already turned off, but it's not... You know what? I was hoping you were right about the Git on Windows. But format on save off. Why is that not working? Can I turn it off in these settings? Off. Does it fucking look off to you? Remove trailing white space on save. Okay. Ensure final new line on save. No. Alright. Good enough. Restore, 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 restore. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Zed, you got save mere seconds before the end of the goddamn stream. Holy shit. The way it saved itself. Wow. It's not even a bad thing, it's just kind of stupid. I don't care about that stuff. Editor config, that would unify your configuration of multiple IDEs. I'm just planning on having one IDE, so I don't care. And what's weird is that, like, okay, actually no, format on save and that format option are different things. But okay, we figured that out. That's great. Okay, so that's gonna be the end of the stream as I just quickly go through. I have to add a git ignore to this, but I'll just copy it off of another project. So that's gonna be the end of the stream. Just gonna stream again today, tomorrow, not today. Well, technically today because it's after midnight, but I mean Saturday. At 3 p.m. CET, Central European Time, or 2 p.m. UK time, UTC. I'm going to continue working on this library a little bit. Okay, so these changes I have to manually get rid of. I'm going to continue working on this. I'm going to finish doing all the graphic stuff and file stuff probably and input stuff, and then I'm going to have a game engine ready for Sunday. After that, on Monday, I will most likely be starting something new for the operating system. I'm not sure what yet. At this point, I just kind of want to take the time to do this cross-platform stuff because it also involves working on the operating system itself till you have it a little bit more compatible with this other systems. So I count it as operating system development, which is why I'm doing it on a Friday instead of my game dev Sundays. But not sure what to work on. Gonna have to figure it out a little bit. Okay, yeah. That's gonna be the end for today. You know what? You and you? We might look a little bit more into this. Holy C compiler or Riot? Riot it is. Look, I am planning on porting libc eventually. And once I do that, then we'll be able to port a bunch of stuff. Now, I highly doubt that Terry Davis was libc compliant with his Holy C compiler. But I would be interested in taking a look at that, even if it's not portable. Also, I have to say, I know this is unholy and quite blasphemous, in fact. So please don't hate me for this. Don't unsubscribe. I don't like the syntax of Holy C. There, I said it. Kill me. It's very Windows-like. Very Commodore 64, apparently, but I've never used the Commodore 64, so to me it's just Windows-like. Sorry. With that, I'm signing off. You know what? I'm gonna do a raid on Twitch, as I feel like watching a stream after this one. So, people of YouTube, if you're interested in joining, I'm gonna link there while I get everything set up. And let me see. No one I'm following is ever online. That would be because I follow like 5 people, and if anything, they stream at the same time as me. Friendslop game dev. Hey. I love that everyone is doing game dev except for me, and now I'm moving towards game. Well, I'm not ditching my operating system for game dev. If anything, I'm doing this cross-platform stuff so I can do both. But yeah, I'm doing more and more game dev lately. A lot of non-English stuff. Love to see it, but not exactly what I'm trying to go towards. I'm not sure if something changed on Twitch and it somehow decided that it wants to show me Portuguese, or the Portuguese and Brazilian game dev community is just going off today. But there's a lot. So, you know what? Where's the Friendslop? Friendslop game dev. I want to see what's up with that. All right, we're going on a raid, everybody. Put on your seatbelts. And I will see you to... Wait, hold on. We're not ready. All right, I will see you tomorrow.